to begin. Hello, hello, hello.
Cock and ball torture.
This isn't the ZBT that I had earlier. What the fuck? Oh, I think I bought the wrong edibles. It came in a pink bottle. I thought they were the right ones. I didn't know. Shit, I didn't fucking know.
Cock and ball torture is a form of...
What's
It's a sexual activity involving the application of pain or construction to the PP or the testicles. This may involve directly painful activities such as genital piercings, wax play, genital spanking, sneezing.
Well, Ash is muted for the rest of the night, but thanks. Thanks for being here, everybody. It's good to see you all. You can
I think that's just.
I'm proud of you.
I think that wraps up our episode for this. I don't think we can. It's cool. I just
It was a good episode. Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for being here, everyone. It's good. It's good. It was really good.
Okay, I don't know how they liquidize that.
Wait, what were you drinking?
I was making a joke because CBT is in edibles, so I was doing a whole bit.
Yeah, what's the whole thing?
I was doing a whole joke.
Cryptique? Thank you for the raid?
Yeah, Cryptique was streaming.
What?
Hi, Cryptique. Thanks. Yeah, this is not the first time this has happened.
Speedruns. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Congrats. You got here just in time for the cock and ball torture.
Who did
they sped run that shit.
Cock and ball torture?
Yeah, you speedrun that, It's the instant, like, and then it's done.
Wait, we hunka up in here? Is that...
You better hunka right now.
Wasn't my finest, but you know what? My nose is a little
I can't
plugged.
believe this.
What?
I'm so sad now. Yours is so cute.
Fuck off.
I was complimenting you. I was being nice and complimented your hunka, but you know what? I'll take it back.
Hey, everybody, thanks for this resub, Judge Bunny. That is very kind of you. Also, Critique, glad to hear that you're doing the streams. Thanks for raiding in. We appreciate having you here. We always appreciate your company, Critique. You are in like all of our channels and doing all kinds of shit all the time, so it's really kind of you. Thank you for coming in on that front. Make sure that you add the 2 XP that you all earned from the cock and ball torture. And then let's go ahead.
Yo, we got XP for that.
yeah, successful CBT.
I'm sorry. I appreciate that. I just wanted to be a bitch. Your response was so good.
I'm glad you're all here today. Happy to have you all. But tonight is the big show. It is the big show indeed. It is the night where we
Wait, it's a wrestling match?
Yeah, there's
Sunday.
It's the big show?
Match.
Yo,
big show's gonna be there?
Big Show. Yo, is Big Show gonna be there?
Oh my god. Anyways, there's gonna be a big show, and we just have to ramp up.
Big Show's
gonna be there.
Oh, if we're gonna do this properly, Sunday, don't miss out on the Goblinz with the, with our fantastic host, the silver bird in the sky here, presenting the best musical since Shrek, presenting Tales of Queen Snooty. Sorry, it's one of my favorite things that was advertised on Twitter for us, and I had to repeat it because it was great.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the event of the evening. It's Goblinz. This kestrel might be silver, but he is second to none in describing the terrible hijinks that we get up to. Come witness war crimes, animal cruelty, goblin cruelty, and did I say war crimes? Human cruelty. That's like the same thing. Property damage, shenanigans, and more.
Much more.
This Sunday, you're gonna have to pay 10% of a seat because you're going to be sitting on the edge the whole time.
You pay for the seat, but you're only going to need the edge.
Damn,
What?
First is cock and ball torture, now we're getting edged? Shit.
Oh my god.
think
So
I'm high enough for
we
this.
return to the town of Sandpoint on the on the continent of Arisia in the world of Golarion. And boy howdy do we have a night for you all here. It is I'm gonna play the nighttime meadow. There we go. ambience. It's the nighttime meadow. Now we just hide the goblin picture. Bam! There we go. Look, we're in the game. The game has begun. We started. Welcome everyone. Settle in. If you have money lying around, throw it at us and we'll make good use of it. All right, let's get going. So, to those of you who are a little out of the loop on what's going on right now, essentially what is happening is the day before the arrival of the Suckfrog tribe to the border of the town of Sandpoint. Essentially, they will be arriving from the north towards the wall of the city. And they have set up a stage to perform the greatest show ever told, which is essentially broken down to trying to convince this Suckfrog Goblin tribe that Snooty needs to be Queen of Goblins. No easy task, for sure, but I think that they have a unique blend of capable entities able to do such a thing. So, it is now late in the evening of the day before, and I need to go through each and every one of our wonderful characters here and ask you all what it is that you plan to do with the night before all the goblins arrive. Estimates.
Wait, there's a night. Is it fantasy armor or is it realistic armor? Also, are they cute? This is important.
Is it a hot babe in
Do
really
they
pretty
hate goblins?
armor?
It really
and,
does that
and
for
good
me.
All shiny. And,
Yeah.
like a big sword and stuff or something. Thingy press.
Yeah, thingy press.
All right, Desmond, we know what you're going to be doing. You don't sleep, so you're going to be out here basically keeping an eye on the setups and making sure nothing gets fucked with, I assume, yes?
Yeah. Oh, I made myself sad with that joke.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Critique is there. Yeah. No, all the criteria has been met.
All right. Meanwhile, Snooty, you and the theater gang have kind of moved past the walls for the night to continue preparations for tomorrow and are working through a routine. Are you going to try to get some sleep during all of that, Snooty, or are you just going to stay up the whole night until the goblins arrive?
Snooty's going to be asking questions on how to look pretty and all of this other stuff from them, ways to make herself look more like a queen. So she's going to be pampering herself. A goblin only knows how to, which is finding the wettest chunk of mud and just flopping themselves into it. And showing everybody how to be more like a goblin to make this work even more. So that way their improv skills get better.
Goodness. All right. That's fair. So you're going to make sure that you look as appealing to goblins as you can be and try to make sure that everyone follows suit, especially the actors who are going to be supporting as dressed up like goblins for the play.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So, aside from that, will you be attempting any sleep? There's insistence that you get beauty sleep.
At least 4 hours of goblin sleep.
Okay. So 4 hours should do it without you having to incur any levels of exhaustion or any problems. So you'll still have plenty of the morning to deal with before the goblins arrive, because current estimates put them at arriving close to somewhere around the late afternoon.
And the way it's going to happen is she's going to be middle of talking to them, middle of showing them something, and just right into the mud, pass out snoring.
Okay. All right. Meanwhile, Newt, is there anything you're going to be taking care of over the evening before the following day that you would like to prioritize? And will you be getting sleep? Newt? Newt?
He's dead.
What happened? Wait.
Is there anything you're going to be prioritizing this evening before the following day's performance?
Something very important.
Uh-huh.
These nuts. Got him. Bird.
So 2 experience points for all of us.
Correct.
It's like, did I disconnect?
All right, perfect. And Dixie, what about you? What are you going to be doing for the evening?
Your mom.
All right, perfect. Excellent. I love it. All right. So, with Newt and Dixie's turn at having any attempt at preparation out of the way, and Snooty now sleeping, I will assume that Newt and Dixie will be getting some sleep for the evening.
Sure.
That just leaves Desi. So I'm gonna move these ones aside over here. Doodly do. All right. So Desi, as you're keeping an eye out over the stage at the end, at the overnight, you are approached in the darkness by. Also, Desi, is there anyone you would have wanted to prioritize keeping on hand to like oversee the security, I suppose, of the setup area?
I mean, I'd probably keep the guards and the people that I got assigned. I'm not the sheriff. If Sheriff Penis Head thinks that, a bunch of bombs don't need to be watched, I guess that's his business. Good thing that Desi never sleeps, just like crime. So, I mean, if I got to Batman this shit, I will.
All right, give me a perception roll.
Why would you do this?
Oops.
Oh, shit. Oh.
I need to mute some extra tabs here.
Oh. It's all right. I'm sure it wasn't weird porn.
I was about to say that. God damn it, you took that from me.
I did. It's mine now. You took too long. Now your quip is gone. That's what happens. Ka-chow!
All right. So emerging from the underbrush over near the edge of where the performance area has been set up, you can see the kind of like it's very difficult to see her in the darkness. And you're the only one who really takes note. There's a couple of nighttime guards who've been set to guard over the entry gateway to the town wall itself, and there's also a couple of like guards standing on the wall, just night shift essentially, who have made themselves available if it needs be. You're one of the only people who really notices her, but you see Shalelu coming out of the underbrush. She looks like in full ranger mode, and she appears to be carrying some kind of sack over her shoulder.
Well, this hasn't gone good at all, but maybe it pertains to the sack torture that we were talking about at the start. So I'm gonna monitor the situation.
All right. So, she looks like she's looking around for someone. Are you trying to be like visible when you're out watching this place, or are you trying to stay kind of like not noticed?
Look, I think the worst thing I can do around this woman is try to hide or sneak up on her. So I'm just gonna be sitting there doing my thing, watching her. Like, if she comes into my view, I'm just gonna be like, "Hi." But that's it.
All right. Moving from the underbrush to the edge of the wall, she's going to quietly move with the sack over her shoulder in your direction. She takes note of where you are. And do you make it noted that you see her, or do you just let her like approach you?
Just gonna let her approach me. So.
All right. Looking around cautiously, she quietly creeps her way up to where you are, and then dumps the sack right in front of you. And as she unloads the sack makes a little ah!
Oh. Okay.
She, without
was
really
sack and ball torture.
Oh my god, who the fuck is this guy taking his cock and ball torture time away from
Yeah, what the
me and
fuck?
Shalelu? That's for us.
Honestly.
She undoes the bag, opens it up,
Uh-huh.
and just the head of a goblin pops out. And I don't know if you would have bothered to familiarize yourself with many of the goblins from the Suckfrog tribe, but if you would have, then I could tell you their name. Otherwise, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I would love to remember every single goblin that would bash my head in with rock. I don't know who the fuck this is. You think I am sitting around here sucking on frogs, passing them around like they are the goblin stash around some campfire that we lit with primitive sticks, mud, and probably our own shit? Nah, I was out doing science. I don't even know who this man is. I don't even know what he is.
So Shalelu dumps the goblin on the area where you're kind of chilling next to you, and she points at him with her knife, essentially, that she has out.
I'm gonna look at her and be like, I thought you just took the ears. This one's a little, well, you know.
She gestures to him and then off to the underbrush and says, I found this one and 2 others acting as forward scouts for the goblin tribe.
Ah, okay.
She looks at you and says, rather than taking my own approach to it, I figured considering we're going for a diplomatic solution here on behalf of the town, I'd leave their fate in your hands.
Oh, got it. Okay. I'm gonna look at the goblin. Okay, who the hell are you?
Oh, figs!
Okay, alright, that's good. What are you doing?
Looking ahead, coming back.
And then, why?
So Wiggum said needed preparation? Needed
For what?
know what coming. Didn't know what coming. Decided send us, tell him what coming, what to know at town, then come back.
Oh, so you saw the play in their honor.
What?
Well, I'm just saying, if you were sent by Wiggums and you get your report wrong, I mean, Wiggums will probably kill you. So I think I should tell you what you should have seen.
He looks confused as shit.
Yeah, this is the natural state of the goblin. Confused, scared, with 1 XP, no good loot. Are my people a joke to you, sir? Are you laughing? Are you having a giggle?
Shalelu looks at you and says,
That's right.
do you want me to make sure that they return, or I can ensure that they have an accident in the swamps?
No. Hey. Pretty smart goblin, and I can help you because if you get it wrong, he'll kill you. Like that. Do you remember who Flim is?
No.
Yeah, nobody does because the Flim didn't even last an hour. Yeah, it's just pretty bad. So, just letting you know, like I want to help. So what's the report? I'm a goblin. You can tell me. I'm the forward scout.
I don't know. I was coming. I was making my way through the forest, coming to the town. I was going to see what we saw and then come back to Wiggum's, but this lady here knocked us out and put us in bags.
Oh, yeah, we weren't expecting you until the daytime. You see, this place has a very strict curfew, and if you're outside in the dark and you're under 4 feet tall, they like to hit you over the head with stuff and put you back in bed.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty normal procedure for human town.
Wouldn't we be killed?
No, why? Why do you think you would be killed?
He like wiggles around and points his nose because he can't really get his hands free, and he's pointing his nose at Shalelu, just like being like, "Ugh," like kind of like pointing at her.
Oh, yeah, here, watch this. And Desi's gonna just wave at Shalelu.
Shalelu is going to look confused and a little angry at what you're doing, but she's also just going to raise a hand and wave it back, like in the most nonchalant fashion.
See, I am not dead. She's angry, and she wants to kill me because she finds me disgusting. Truly abhorrent. In her eyes, I am a miserable creature. The ground that I walk on is considered an affront to her senses. If she had her way, she would have a creepy one-way room in her house that was just filled to the brim with a jar of goblin ears, and she would stroke it every night and whisper just the most heinous shit against goblin kind before going to bed, and she would sleep soundly, dreaming of goblin villages burning. But you know what? Civilization means that we are okay and copacetic. I know that's a big word, but that means very simply, don't start none, won't be none. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, because if I got up and I punched that lady in her fucking shin, yeah, I guarantee you she would gut me and she would throw me down a hill into the water. I would die, disemboweled and gurgling as I sink to the bottom. And you know what? I'd be like, shucks, would be really dumb to assault this city because there's more of her. Yeah. But you know, that's a good way because we have a welcome theater. We've got a play. There's going to be food. You guys are just gonna gather at the front gate tomorrow. I'll go come out to meet you. We'll explain what's happening. And then you guys can check out some of the stuff and we can get you settled in. Because you guys aren't coming here to fight, right?
Give me a diplomacy roll. Alright. I guarantee you the goblin isn't gonna do better, but I'll roll to see if they can withstand. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Alright. The goblin gets what you're saying and understands like what you're putting down and is like he gets it. He understands it. But there's a little flash of something in his eyes and he says, No. Yeah, we were just coming here to come live. But Wiggum's wanted to make sure there were no traps or problems along the way. Things that could hurt us before we got to town. We didn't know there was going to be a big show. That's exciting. I could go back and tell Wiggum's that.
You know, that might be for the best. But I have a question. Why did you think there was going to be traps here? This is the place where the little kids and everybody wanders around.
As Wiggum's thought there might be problems on the road ahead, or things in the way before we got to the town.
That, you know what? That makes good sense, I suppose. Did you find any?
Well, he like glances over at Shalelu and then says, "Didn't get enough of a chance to look."
Oh, okay. Got it. Understandable. Okay. All right. So this is what we're going to do, okay? We're going to let you go, and I'm going to just give you a little rundown of what's in store for tomorrow, okay? if you guys could show up at noon in front of the gate and wait, because we got a show for you. It's going to have our favorite things in it. It's a welcome home party. Do you know what that is?
Party, because we're home.
Yeah. And you know what's going to happen?
What?
We're all going to have a good time. We're going to have a blast. Okay?
Yeah. Good.
Okay, good. Now, you can tell them that they don't need to bring their weapons because clearly, and she's going to check the bag to see if they were armed. I imagine they were armed.
Yeah, they've been. If you open the bag, Shillelagh will stop you and basically be like, "Why are you opening it?" First of all.
I am just checking what they had with them. You can learn a lot by basically the forward scouts. Normally, if it is a reconnaissance, they don't have weapons because they don't expect there to be any problems or aggression. But if they are armed, that is a good there's a good show of intent.
She nods and basically gives you an inventoried list of everything she took off of them and strung up and hid away separate from them, which includes each of them was carrying poison-tipped arrows with hunting bows and small daggers. A collection, each of them, of a various amount of small daggers.
Well, I guess we invited you to come visit and you bring this stuff?
The goblin looks up at Shillelagh like with a bit of a pissy look and then looks at you and says, "We traveled multiple days through swamp and road to get to this town. Not everything in the forest is friendly to goblins."
I mean, lots of things are not friendly to goblins, but you would have had better luck if you'd left your weapons at home and came to the gate and asked for, the forward scouts, us. See, now they're worried that maybe you guys are just gonna show up with your weapons, And gosh, I mean, somebody could get hurt.
The goblins have weapons and armor.
Yeah, and I bet even like I don't know some other stuff, right?
Yeah.
For taking a city, I imagine, huh?
How do I do a... What's the equivalent of an insight roll in Pathfinder 2nd edition? I guess it would be just your perception?
Something like that, yeah.
Alright. Give me a perception roll.
Yeah, I'm going to gobble and bullshit go that one.
Alright.
Yeah, I got the higher number.
Alright, what do you get? You get... What? Well... You got the coveted 100 roll, finally.
Ba, 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 ba.
The goblin who called for bullshit's roll automatically critically succeeds to a degree that is logically unfathomable. Or, if used for stabilization, the goblin is instead sprung to life, fully healed, with all spells, abilities, and items fully recharged and usable. So, essentially, what ends up happening is the goblin, like, he thinks he's got the one over on you. And he goes, we didn't, we brought things that, not for doing that, just, some things that could be built into other things, and, we bought the weapons, but not because of you guys, or if Wiggums needed to get us to attack if things went bad or anything, because that's definitely not what's happening. We only went forward to do a little bit of extra hunting and look at the town and basically be like, hey, what's all this stuff? And, but yeah, there's no stuff. There's no weapons, and there's no siege equipment. What do Wiggums call it? Siege equipment. Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
We haven't readied any war dogs, and there's no other things. Oh, we definitely don't have a small group of goblins on wolves over in the forest aside from the group as well set up to infiltrate the town. That's definitely not a thing.
Oh, okay. That's really good. That's really good.
Yeah, they didn't go
Because
across the mountain and come from the south at all because they don't exist.
Oh, gotcha. That's really good because the south, that's where the wild horses live.
The what?
Oh, the wild horses.
What?
Oh, yeah, they're really hungry. They're just kept south, They got wings,
Huh?
even.
Huh.
You don't even hear them clip-clop. You just hear them neigh as they swoop down and snatch you up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really bad, south. I mean, those guys are probably dead.
Oh, well, but we sent them just yesterday. I mean, he's gonna look at you and he's gonna go, Desi, Figs is going to level with you. Figs is bad at lying.
Yeah, I can tell.
Figs would like to make an honest apology. There's
That's probably for the best.
there's goblins on wolves, and they're going to the south gate of the town.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they have a bunch of the fireworks that Wiggums had, and their plan is to set fire to the town if things go bad.
Interesting. Okay. How many?
There's about 10 of them.
Oh, okay. That's not so bad.
Yeah. But now that there's vicious flying horses, you need to send someone to stop them so they don't get killed by flying horses. Oh, nobody told us.
Yeah. That's why you guys should have listened and came to the front gate. That's the safe gate. Why do you think they built walls?
Now that I'm thinking about it, we should have just come and left everything at the town and then had a party here and then not made all this trouble and fuss. But so many of us were so excited about potentially setting fire to things, so it got really we got told it was in case. So there's lots of fireworks and stuff too if things go bad. But or good. I guess. I mean, look. I'm not. I didn't want to set the town on fire, but Dego and Morph just wouldn't shut up. They wouldn't shut up about the fire. So they're the other two scouts. If you wanted to kill them and let me live, that'd be fine.
But why would they kill you?
Because I lied.
Yeah, you're a goblin.
Yeah.
But
but when we
But
lie to
here's the deal.
Wiggums, he hurts us.
Yeah, I know that. But here's the thing. This isn't Wiggum's show. This is not Wiggum's circus. It's my circus. It's my show. And you know what? This is where you say something.
What?
I'm not going to kill you for lying to me.
Okay.
But I will let you know that I'm very disappointed.
What? Why does that sound so painful?
It's because in reality, it's probably one of the worst things that somebody can tell you. But don't worry, because I'm going to explain how you can make it better. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Listen to me very carefully. Okay?
Figs is listening.
Okay. I want you to go tell Wiggums that they should come to the front gate and we have a party and a play and there's going to be food and we would love to have them come in so we can welcome them properly. You could also tell Wiggums that, I said to leave all of those things back there because, well, first of all, I'm gonna tell you a secret.
What's that?
So I'm gonna let you know. This town is nice if you follow the rules. But I've seen some shit, man. They got an undead Pegasus. Do you know what that is?
No.
Yeah. It's it's a horse, right? But it's got wings and
Well,
teeth,
Uh,
and it
uh,
eats the undead.
uh,
Uh-huh. Yeah. And you know what? Do you want to know the fucked up thing?
what?
If they kill you, you become undead. So not only do you get the terror of them killing you, but you get back to life, kind of. And then they eat you. And the whole time that they're eating you, you don't die. And they've got a lot of these in the south. So let's just not make the town angry. Because honestly, I don't want to have that happen again.
He barely holds his own. He keeps his fear very briefly in check, just nodding. But you can tell that Figs is definitely struggling with this situation. He goes, "Oh, okay. All right. So they have undead flying horse monsters that turn us into undead monsters too."
Yeah, but that's in the south. That's why nobody's in the south. That's why you didn't see nobody.
Okay. That. All right. So, because the Suck Frog, we came from south and then followed road to the north of the town because that's what we were told to do, and that's why we need to come. And the goblins can't really all come as one big group to the south, so we didn't.
Yeah.
It's a good thing we didn't go that way.
Yeah, no, it's a good way. It's a good way. So you're gonna go back, and you're just gonna tell them that everything's fine, everything's okay. Please come to the party.
Okay.
Otherwise, they might come looking for you, and they don't understand because they think that I'm gonna let you know. These people think horses are good. So if they come looking for you because you didn't show up to the party at the front gate, all I'm saying is you haven't seen the fucked up shit until you hear the horse noises in the distance, and you don't see nothing, and then you feel something drip right on your head, and you touch it, and it's a mixture of blood and drool, and you look up, and blotting out the moon is a flock of undead flesh-eating horses that they're flying. And I'm just telling you, you don't want that to happen. So, yeah, no. So just tell them to come to the front gate without their things, so we can have a party, and everything should be good. I'm gonna go let them know that there might be goblins at the south gate, and if there's any survivors that make it, we'll make sure to let them stay overnight. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now here's the deal. I'm going to let you go. I'm gonna keep these guys here because they're still sleeping, and they would just slow you down. Okay?
What guys?
The other two scouts
Where are they?
in the bag.
No, they're not in the bag with me.
Oh, sorry. You just kind of caked up. Got it. Okay, understandable. I thought that was two people. Damn,
What does
you
that
don't
mean?
skip leg day. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I am
okay,
one of
cool,
best
cool.
scouts in tribe.
Yeah. She's gonna look at fucking Shillelagh and be like, yeah, no wonder you cut this one. This one dummy. The clap of its gobble ass alerted the guards. Anyway,
She looks at you with an unamused look on her face that you can only really see her eyes because of what she's wearing over her mouth.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Um, yeah, okay. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. We'll go look for those other two and we'll make sure that they know. Or if you know where they are, you can go find them too. What do you say?
Shalala leans forward and she says, I might recommend that we keep the other two and let this one know that they are staying here with us as friends. That
Oh,
way we
gotcha.
only
Yeah,
have
no,
one
that's
source of
good.
information returning and less chance
Mm-hmm.
for
Mm-hmm.
confusion.
Oh no, you don't understand. Giving choices to a goblin is confusion. This man won't ever come to a thing. I'm just gonna decide for him right now, and he's gonna think it's his idea, and then he's gonna be happy about it. Watch. Hey, Flynn.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey. Um, hey, guess what? You know, I thought about this best. It's probably better that you just go back and tell them, and we'll find the buddies. We could probably have some help making some goblin delicacies for everybody tomorrow, because it's a big, it's a big order. Because you said what? There's like 100 goblins.
How much is 100?
Um, so you know how many fingers you got on your hands?
Yeah. He's like 9.
Yeah. Do that 10 times, and then that's almost the right number.
He's like struggling because he's just a head popping out of the bag, right? So he's like trying to count with his fingers without seeing them, and he looks like he's definitely struggling. But he is one of the smarter goblins in the tribe because he actually can do certain elements of math. So I will roll for his comprehension. Wow, alright. He somehow manages to understand and goes, okay, if I did that, if I did, yeah, maybe like 8, 9 times those fingers. That's how many goblins, roughly-ish. I don't know, it's really hard to keep track while we're traveling, because sometimes they wander off into the forest, and sometimes they come back, and some of the goblins
Yeah.
had to get really uppity about smacking other goblins to make sure they stayed in a big line. And at one point, Wiggums tried to tie us all together, but that didn't work out so well. So we just kind of like we made buddies, and we held each
Uh-huh.
other's hands. So we had hand buddies to make sure that it was easier to stay together.
Yeah, that's a very smart thing to do. That's pretty good. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Wiggum said that Chief wanted everyone to have a hand partner, and anyone without a hand partner after 20 seconds was going to get screamed at by Chief and their head would explode.
Well, you know what? Good job at finding partners.
Yeah. It was a bit of a tricky situation, but now that we have more hand buddies, it's pretty cool actually. Like the hand buddy thing was, some goblins were like running at other goblins and hitting them in the neck with their hands and starting some things on that front. But then Chief Wiggum said that Chief would eat anyone who did the hand thingy to their necks. So we stopped that.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you what. We're gonna let you go. You go back. We'll go find the other friends, and we'll let them know. You'll see them here tomorrow. We're gonna have them help make goblin stew, because these people don't know how to make goblin stew. Also, they don't know how to make the funny rat juice either.
Oh
man, they have all those rats, and they don't even know how to juice them properly.
well, you gotta use the 2 rocks, and then you gotta use your feet, right? Because it's really important. Feet are the most important part of goblin rat juice. Everyone knows that.
Everybody knows that. Well, they don't. You want to know a secret?
What?
These people that stepped on grapes, not rats. How fucked up is that?
I knew I was gonna get a reaction from Ash in the chat about that.
I hate you so much. Why did you have to bring them up? I've been doing so fucking well not being bothered by those words. Why are you like this?
But yeah, they take their foot with the 10 little toes and they wiggle them into the mush that they make when they squish the grapes. It really just sligs right between each crack and crevice of the foot. It's honestly.
All right.
Yeah, that's what they do. Anyway, all right, so.
Gross.
Yeah,
they just
they're
put their feet right on the grapes. Like you use your
Yeah.
feet for the stones. You don't put them on the rat. Like what the?
I know, right? They're
Ugh,
so
gross.
unsanitary.
Ugh.
No.
You don't put
I know.
feet on grapes. It's gross.
Yeah, you should really check out the internet sometimes. Anyway, enough about feet. The only feet that they want you to see is yours because you're gonna beat feet figuratively and go back to the tribe now. Okay?
Okay, I'll go back to Wiggum's. I tell Wiggum's that there's a party and there's going to be a big play thing, and we shouldn't bring our weapons and all that stuff, because it's not that kind of thing.
Yeah. Just let him know that it's a play, and that he doesn't have to take over the town. There's nothing there that would even be for him. It's just a nice, happy place, safe from all the dangers. Did you know that they have buildings that you can sleep in and bugs don't bite you? It's pretty great.
Oh, like huts but without holes in them.
Oh, dude, it's so much better than huts. They have these square things, and they got these really soft nests that they sleep in, and they also have. Don't read that out loud. poor Ash. Why did they say that like vaguely Russian Desi? Yeah. Don't read that out loud.
We've already made this scene
Comrade.
last 20 minutes too long. Go on.
Anyway, you got to go do the thing, and then I'm going to go. I'll go get the other ones. We'll keep them here. We'll make food, and then I'll let them know that if there's any goblins at the south gate to let them in. Okay.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll get going right away. I could get back in time real quick. Maybe they'll let me sleep on one of the carts when I get back, so that they
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Okay. All right. Here you go. Here, I'm just gonna untie you. There you go. Here. Here. We're gonna hold these until tomorrow because I don't want you hurting yourself. That's a lot of stuff to bring. Just here. Have a digger, and you have a good day. Okay. Oh, hey, hold on. Here, and she's gonna offer him a bit of her sandwich. You just eat this, and you think about it on the way back home. Okay.
Oh.
Called a sandwich. It's good. Try it.
Sandwich. Can I eat this?
Yeah, it's for food. Yes.
Oh, this is really good. Can we get lots of sandwiches here?
Yeah. No, that's what's going on tomorrow. Is sandwiches. Sandwiches and stew. Stew's like excellent. You'll love stew.
Okay.
So don't worry about that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Free food. Good. Like. Okay, I'm gonna go back now.
Okay. You have a good one.
All right. He scrabbles off of the area that you guys are currently standing and just kind of dashes into the bushes. And I'm gonna do a roll. Hey, chat, can I get a roll to see if he gets noticed by anyone other than, them? Just exclamation mark D20 in chat. Just on a random happenstance. All right, it looks like he does a really good job in the night of just scurrying off into the underbrush. Generally a hard thing to see. Small, usually normally stealthy goblin getting, at night, getting back into the forest. Not very something that the people on the walls are taking quick notice of. As he scrambles off into the forest, Shalala just looks at you, Desi, and says, "And what do you want done with the other two?"
Yeah, they should definitely probably not be allowed to leave. We only want one source of information. Wait, hold on here. Why are you asking me what I want?
Because
I thought you were. I thought you were the ranger tracker.
Yes, and I did my job. I found the forward scouts and I captured them.
I'm
Now,
surrounded by bottoms.
it's up to you. Pardon? What was that?
Nothing. She's gonna hold up basically the fucking bottom half of like her explosions and be like, "Oh, nothing. I misplaced the tops."
She narrows her eyes at you. And it sounds like she's speaking through gritted teeth now, where she says,
But
I figured, in the spirit of what everyone else was intending to accomplish here today, I would be civil rather than find my own solutions to this problem.
well, if it means anything, and I doubt it does, I really appreciate you treating me maybe not as an equal, but at least as somebody that is able to be tolerated, which is, I guess, the best I can ask for. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. Honestly, I think we should probably go get some more scouts and probably, well, kill the wolf riders, you know, and then the other 2 scouts, and then, sleep soundly. We already know the numbers. There's 10 wolves on, the wolf riders. And if we kill them, then we can take the fireworks munitions and use them for the show because they literally probably have fireworks. It's not actually bombs. They don't know how to do that, but they do have a lot of fireworks that they stole from a ship. And then, yeah, then we just wait for tomorrow for them to show up at the gate.
She looks at you with a raised eyebrow and says, You want me to go kill all of those goblin riders?
Well, aren't you the person for the job?
She leans in close to you and says, Let me make my position perfectly clear here. When given the opportunity to do so, my choice is always to end the lives of goblins.
I know.
But I also have great respect for this town and for everyone in it. I work to protect them. When I am told by the ruling council to aid in diplomatic solutions for all of this, I have to question why it is you would want me to murder all of these goblins.
Oh, do you want me to explain it?
Yes.
Gotcha. So here's the deal. These are goblins. And frankly, I don't trust them. But there's not all bad goblins, clearly, because, my wives are very nice. And I guess Dixie is also pretty good, even though that she pretends she isn't. But those goblins were told to come peacefully. And honestly, if they come from the south to burn the town down, and they're allowed to go back, instead of getting totally eaten by flying horses, not only will they think that maybe I'm lying, and they'll still come to the south gate, but maybe they won't come to the front gate at all. Cutting off information is a vital part of warfare. And based on the description, those goblins are prepared for war. Now, if I place a trap over there, and she's going to point at the front gate, and the goblin riders or the scouts go back and they go, wow, Southgate totally undefended. We can totally go there and set fire to the town. Wow, no flying horses. Gee golly willikers. Pretty cool. Then they won't come to the front gate. But if intimidation tactics work, then they won't. And as much as I would say take them alive, I don't think that's your specialty. No, is it?
You can see a little bit of a You've spoken her language in a way that she understands, and her mood has gone from barely tolerant to bemused at your differential approach. She thinks about it for a little bit and says, I'm perfectly willing to intercept these riders and cover the southern approach of the town. I think speaking from my own perspective, it would be best that they are close at hand, and I would set up an ambush. If there are 10 of them, we would need assistance in ensuring that they die quickly. If they have some method of communicating with the core group of goblins, it would be best that that method is not used.
Exactly. So here's the deal. This is what I would recommend. Clearly, you're the expert in this. I am just a lowly goblin. But they probably do have a method of communication, and they definitely probably are using it. So here's the deal. Here's the deal. You should go take at least 10 people, 10 scouts, good hunters. Set an ambush, kill them quickly, and make sure you get 2 rocks, or I don't know, 2 halves of a coconut, or an actual horse. And when they ask, and you hear a very obnoxious little voice raise over the intercom device and go, what's going on? You can just make a bunch of horse noises, and they'll know. Because that puts validity to what I told the scout that we're having return. And as it said, they're the only source of information, and I have it backed up with the fact that the wolf riders die. They will either foolishly go, well, I guess we're all gonna die to horses, which goblins are cowards, and they won't. And they'll come to the front gate, like planned.
She nods.
So this is what I'm going to do. She's going to dig in her package. She's going to hand her 2 health potions. Think about it. Give her 3 health potions. And then she's going to give her basically a spool of thread. And then she's going to hold up 2 of the fragmentation traps that she got from the fucking manor when they first broke in. Do you know how to use these?
She nods.
Cool. So I've got more of these. And what you're going to do is we're going to set up an ambush. You're going to put these here. The wolves are going to trip it. That's going to explode. The 10 archers should be able to take down the remainder of the peoples that are, scouting. And then I don't care if you take them prisoner or you kill them or what happens, because I'll be very frank with you. Goblins respond better to the stick and then the sugar. Because if they think that they can walk over you and stab you in the dark, they are much like a dark and darker player. As soon as they sense weakness in game, they will turn on you. Being too nice will get you killed. So, you could do that. I'll finish up here. I'll help with the thing. And then if you need anything, you let me know. But here you go. And she's just gonna start handing over let me check my sheet. Yeah, we'll just Alright. Alright. We'll remove that. Okay, but where's my and then I have a bunch of net traps. So I'm gonna hand over 2 fragmentation traps, and you know what? I'm just gonna give them 6 net traps. And I'm gonna send them on their way.
She nods, and she says, I have a few other things that I would like to know if you would have any issue with me acquiring in this process.
Oh, yeah, what do you need?
She nods at you and says, the 2 gentlemen that you have employed for you currently, who are, I believe, former associates of, lists the name of the guy that died. I forget it.
Oh, yeah, I know that guy. That guy died. He's hella dead.
I'll need them.
Uh-huh.
I'll need Vachetti, the jailer.
Uh-huh.
I will need a willing goblin volunteer.
Uh-huh.
And I will be acquiring a fair amount of horses.
Uh-huh.
If you think that that's something that we can arrange with the town, then I will acquire all those individuals and all of those things that you have given me here, and I will ensure that those goblin riders do not see the next sunrise.
Excellent. The net traps are there in case you decide to take them alive. I would just assume if I'm sending any of my goblin friends or wives, then they probably would be a little horrified if you gutted the goblins in the street, and probably not very receptive to whatever you're doing.
She
So-
leans in and says, "The more expendable, the better."
Slow blink.
She puts a hand on your shoulder and says, "If you're not looking to keep both of the scouts, I can use one of them to great effect here."
Yeah, that's better. That's better because I'm very attached to the ones that I know in town. Thank you.
She nods her head up and down and says, "If there are no goblins that you think would be able to be spared from those in town who would revel at the sight of the death of their fellow kind, then I will
Mhm.
make use of one of these scouts to my own purpose."
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not reveling in their death either, but you sort of lose empathy for them when they want to. You have to live most of your life waiting to get hit over the head with a rock. So
She nods.
anyway, I would just take one of the scouts and use them for bait because I'm assuming that's what you're doing, and you should be fine with that.
She gives you like a little bit of a head bow and says, "And just to confirm, you're fully endorsing my actions, yes?"
I mean, I'll go tell Sheriff myself if you'd like.
No need. I'll pass the word along. I just want your guarantee that you'll back up the actions that I've done.
Oh, yes. That is completely fine. She's gonna mimic the bow. Uh-huh. Yeah. It's all good.
She turns around on her heel and immediately heads towards the wall, and you can see her walk away into the darkness and eventually hear the faint sound of her very quietly scaling the wall.
And that lady can climb. And those boots? Huh.
She disappears over the edge, and I guess you'll find out what is to come.
Excellent. And with that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom when you get to the other peeps.
All right. So, aside from getting a good night's sleep, and until the noon time comes about, let me make another round through each of the goblins here. So I want you guys to think about if there's anything you want to do before the goblins arrive. And if you meme on me when I ask, I'm going to assume that's skip turn. So, Snooty, what are you going to do with the rest of the morning before the noontime rough arrival of these goblins?
So Snooty is going to be looking at all of the actors and stuff and looking them over, making sure that everyone looks the way that they should. With the help, of course, of the owner of the theater, all that stuff like that. Asking the theater guy, is there anything that Snooty should work on and stuff like that too.
He says that the most important thing is for you to focus on your confidence and to be an inspiring leader, like a figure. Like you need to irradiate glory and what's the word? Sex appeal.
What if Snooty doesn't understand what that means?
He simplifies it and he says, "All right, think about what would make the goblins think you're the coolest."
Uh-huh.
And never ever under any circumstance get off of Naffer. Because he's going to be playing the Bargeist. And you will be on top of him. It is important. He like gets deadly serious and says, "It is of utmost importance that you never dismount Naffer for any reason until you have left the sight of the goblins. He is your charged steed, and he points to Naffer, who's like getting his makeup done and everything. And Naffer just kind of waves a little bit because he's been brought in on this crazy shit, and he's just like, "This seems fun." And he goes, he reassures you that he'll be your mighty steed throughout this entire performance.
Okay. Mm,
And the head of
I need someone to make me super ugly by people standards, but very pretty by people standards.
He's so confused for a second. He goes, "Hold on. You want to be both ugly and beautiful?"
So ugly, so then the goblins think I'm pretty, but pretty, so the people think I'm pretty.
He exchanges a look with the other people who are like volunteering, essentially, the other performers, and they take a moment to think it over, and then they go, we'll do our best."
Okay.
All right, with that address, Snooty, is there anything else that comes to mind that this is your last call to have any element of preparation before the big day?
Make sure that the hot by human standard male and the hot by goblin standard male are in their correct uniforms, and that she is all set.
Which is basically going to be,
It's Oleg, and then that one guy that was
Yeah,
at the party
Kevig.
that was just Kevig.
Kevig, the ugliest man in town.
They're wearing their loincloths, and that's it.
Yes, they will be ensuring that they are prepared and ready, and they are Oleg and Kevig are having a heart-to-heart conversation about what their experiences have been so far in all of this, and are becoming kind of like buddy about the whole situation.
Amazing.
All right, so they're prepared and ready. Your two air quotes concubines, I suppose. Naffer, your Bargeist steed, and Snooty, you are ready to mount Naffer. Sounds so wrong.
Amazing.
And there is a pool of volunteer actors. After a bit of a discussion, well, I can get to that point when we get to it, but is there any other things that come to mind, Snooty, before I ask Newt if Newt has any thoughts on how to better address a preparation before it begins?
To tell the people that when they see the goblins, they should cheer, so then the goblins feel happy that they're there.
Oh, interesting. All right. They'll do their best to spread the word, to cheer the arrival of the goblins. And I guess we'll see how that gets adopted into people's choices. All right. With that established, Newt, is there anything that you want? So previously you volunteered to put Lizzie, the crocodile, in. I was just remembering back to my
Lizzie the Snappy Jaw.
Yeah, sorry. I should use the proper goblin terminology. Lizzie the Snappy Jaw is going to be on stage as kind of like an intimidation factor. Is that what your hope is with her?
Yeah.
All right. And will you be riding atop her, or will you do something else? There was mention that you should play the leader of another goblin tribe to come and offer your surrender during the play. So I guess that is up to you to interpret how you want to do it in the meantime. But are there any things before the play starts, last chance, that you want to do preparation-wise?
I think that it should be like Snooty is so powerful that I was given as a porcupine to her for my tribe to make peace because she is so powerful.
All right. Good plan. Good plan. Anything else that comes to mind for preparation-wise?
I need to look very, very what's the human term. Mm, Unga bunga.
All right. Yeah, you'll get the unga bunga treatment. The theater people will definitely aid you in that process. All right. Any other things, Jasmine, or shall I inquire with Honey?
We might need another gator on stage.
Okay. Why?
But it says Lizzie's missing something very important.
And what's that?
These nuts!
Oh my god.
Got him. Now he can't skip my turn.
Well played. Well played. Oh fuck. All right. And lastly, that leaves Dixie, the illusionist who will be the most help in this whole performance to ensure an air of believability.
Oh my
you for the
god,
gift
stop
sub
gassing
to,
me up.
Thank you for the gift sub to D's nuts. We've got enough gift subs tonight to increase the pool as well. Oh my god. And thank you to the previous gift subs, which I shall not speak aloud. So Dixie, you have a few hours to prepare for any elements of this that you feel that you need to. Otherwise, you will be expected to aid however you can in the performance. So what, if anything, would you be doing in preparation for this performance?
I mean, honestly, I actually do need to sleep to regen my spells, I think.
Okay,
And then I figured while I was at that, I just sleep through all.
Sorry, what was that last bit?
Oh, what?
What?
I just said I was gonna sleep through all.
Okay. All right. Also, hello, Bears. Good to see you. With that preparation
Fuck you, Bears. Love
all
you.
sorted.
Oh, Bears, you missed out so much good shit.
Don't worry.
You know, there was this, yeah. No, but you know what Bears missed?
What?
These nuts. Aww. Hella cool, Bears. Hope it went good.
Everybody take your 2 experience points as we transition to the afternoon of the following day. All right. Also, congrats on your date. I hope it went well, Bears.
Yo, what?
Let me...
Bears out here getting dates?
It didn't go well? Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Oh.
The type!
So... That's hype. Yeah. Oh boy. All right. All right. Let us get ready for the following day. So, with preparations now made, I believe, let's see, what would be the best music for this at the moment? It is going to be a tense experience. Let's see, how does this sound? 1 second. Oh no, that will play during the performance. We will do... Alright, let's do this. Maybe? Maybe this one? Sure, we'll stick to this. Alright, as the day dawns and preparations are underway, you find yourselves ready to address the performance of a lifetime. All of you with your roles and your actions readied. You are now awaiting the arrival of the goblin tribe that many of you had spent two of you had spent a good time with, and the other two of you who have no fucking history with whatsoever beyond your, involvement with Snooty and Desi. As the day grows long and the afternoon reaches its zenith, you feel a slight rumble in the ground as a small horde of goblins kicks up dust as it approaches over the road. Now, before I tell you what happens next, let's get a roll from chat to see how well the efforts of disseminating information to disarm the goblins to a degree went. So, chat. Oh, there we go. It is a 5. Does anyone want to get a little a goblin bullshit to get that reroll at all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you want to take that reroll, Desi?
Uh-huh.
All right, goblin bullshit, go. Nice. Healing doesn't really apply, but the reroll with a 14. Oh, interesting. The goblin bullshit pool is reduced. So for that roll, that is a very important factor. There is another roll I need to be determined by that I'm not going to give any secrets to, but another one that needs to be a high roll for it to go well for everybody. That is a 1. That cannot be rerolled. That's good to know.
But
oh boy, alright. No, I'm afraid the 14, and then there's the 1, so whoever rolled that one out of all those combined d20s, that is for something that is completely unrelated to what you guys have been doing, and will be very interesting to see. But I'm glad to know that that's already going to come to pass. And now I just need one last roll to see how well the ambush goes on the Goblin Wolf Riders. Now, however, I will let you know that there is not a very good chance that it will go poorly. Alright, they'll go... another call, that's a 3. Now, what I was saying
bullshit
is...
go.
Okay, another one. Alright, chat, give another...
I can take that one.
Yeah,
you're gonna
instead
take
of having
that
Dizzy
one?
do
You
it.
can take that one, Snooty?
I'm a
All
bridge
right.
unto my people, but Snooty is a queen.
Hey, there you go. That is a very good chance there will be no fallout at all from that undertaking, then, with that 13. You have a spool of threats, Snooty. Congratulations.
I hand it to my wife.
Hell
Add to
yeah,
her
I love that thread.
It's been one of the most useful, randomly spawned items from the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, just,
All
you know
right.
how hard it is to get thread? Like, just keep giving it to me. The game was, I'm pretty sure that thread has the highest kill count in this fucking game.
All right. So, with those rolls sorted, I'm just going to record that real quick here, just to make sure that I have those rolls noted down for their exact numbers. So, let's see. The first one that we had there was the 14 for disarmament, a 1 for bonus round, and a 13 for the wolf ambush. Alright, perfect. Yes, 1s and 20s cannot be re-rolled, unfortunately, in our system. They are intended numbers by fate, and cannot be altered. So, with that said and done, what we are going to get to now is... Who wants to be part of the group that greets the goblins as they arrive at the town?
I think
I guess I
Desi
will.
and Dix should be there together. So that way it shows that there are other goblins in town who are a part of this whole thing.
Yo, Team DDNF.
All right.
What did you call me?
What?
Team DDNF?
So, the town council comes to you, and they suggest that both the mayor and the sheriff should be involved in greeting this group of goblins that arrive. Amongst whoever of your group comes out.
Okay.
So, is that the choice? Desi and Dixie are the ones who come, or is it just Desi?
I could come too. What do you? Wait, why would I not?
Is it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Desi and Dixie.
Uh-huh.
Do you guys go out, or do Snooty and Newt join you, or does Dixie not go out? Dixie, do you? First of all, Dixie, it is your choice. Do you go out to greet the goblins?
Yes.
Okay. Newt, do you think it's better served for you to stay hidden until the performance is done, or do you think that you should join as well?
That sounds like above Newt's, Desi!
Yeah. Hey, Grace.
Have you met Desi? Pushes Desi in front and runs away.
What? Hello?
All right. Well, that's Newt sorted. Snooty, what about you? Do you think you should be part of the welcoming party, or do you think it'll have more gravitas if you are unveiled during the start of the performance?
I think it would have more of an impact if I was unveiled upon my mighty steed to where they are being brought to. It's the reason why I said I think what I said was, yeah, Desi and Dixie should be there. Brain fucking instantly just died. I'm so sorry.
No worries. So, with that sorted, we have for you on screen, it would be, there will be something else to see here, but for the time being, this setup requires a few other elements to be visible. Alright. So, Desi, Dixie, Mayor Kendra, and Sheriff Baylor, the four of you...
You're missing somebody.
Oh, who's that?
Frank.
Sorry.
I like how you
You're
braced
right.
for a D's nuts. You were like, fine, hit me. Slap me with D's nuts. And I was like, it's Frank, you insensitive person. It's what we call a bait and switch. In the
It's
business.
okay. Frank is pretty insensitive himself.
Alright. So, as he arrives at the gate, you can see the procession of goblins that have approached the town. They seem suspiciously without some carts that looks like they would be traveling with. So they are carrying carts still and pulling with them, and a couple of them are mounted on on wolves. There's maybe about 4 or 5 who are on wolves themselves, but otherwise all of the rest of them are on foot. And as they come up towards the town, you can see that roughly at quick count, Desi, because you know your maths at least, there's probably a good... let me get a head count of this actually right here to give you an accurate number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we do that. There's roughly about 90 goblins.
It's a lot of goblins.
There's a fair number of them all traveling in one large collective group, and as they approach along the road to the front of the town, you get ready with everybody there to address them. And as you ready yourselves, Kendra leans over, and she says to you, Desi, "Is there any important information I should know about this anything you could advise before we engage in diplomatic talks here?"
Like, what do you mean?
Any tips, I suppose? I'm a little nervous. This is my first time negotiating for an entire tribe of goblins to reside in Sandpoint.
Oh, understandable. Yeah. No. So what you want to do is just don't show any weakness, okay?
Okay.
That's step 1. And then probably don't put your fingers near their mouth.
Okay.
goblins don't understand handshakes or much of any human gestures at first, and honestly, a lot of what you guys do seems very terrifying. Imagine if you were 3 foot nothing, and a tall, lanky, weirdly pale looking motherfucker just leaned down at you and was just like, I'm gonna shake your limb, that limb you need to club other people so you can live and eat the next day. I'm gonna take that into my freakishly large hands and I'm gonna shake you like a fucking dog shakes a rat. It's terrifying, man. They're gonna stab you in the eye if you do that. So just stick to really slow, friendly gestures and don't spook them. They're already kind of skitty as it is.
She nods a little, like she does like the audible swallow, like kind of reaction to that information. Says, "Don't show weakness. Don't show fear. Keep a healthy distance away from them, and make only friendly, slow, non-threatening gestures." Got it.
Yeah. Basically. If they do get excited, they might try to climb on you, or they'll probably try to interact with you in their own way. Don't swat them or hit them. You will break basically the peace, and then yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Oh yeah. Good luck.
She nods and smiles. You too.
If they pull out a knife, you gotta stab them. Grab it from their grubby little hands.
Yeah, if they do pull out the knife, there's no warning. I don't even care if they do the little crouch dip twice. You don't trust that.
She nods, and she looks down at you, Desi, and she says, "Now, if these interactions go poorly, do you have somebody on standby to trigger the defenses?"
Yeah, I've got Dixie to do it.
Wait,
she,
what?
She looks at you, and then looks over at Dixie, who is standing with you all, and goes, she's right here with us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you telling me that Dixie is holding a switch attached to a long line, like, as part of this meeting?
Mm-hmm.
So, she has an incredibly obvious device that leads to this potential triggering mechanism, is what you're telling me.
No. She just has the switch.
Oh, okay. So she has the switch attached to an object that will trigger it.
He's
yes?
not a switch.
Gotcha.
No, yeah, I know she's an atrocious bottom, but that's okay.
Shut
You have
up!
to start somewhere.
All right. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. That's fair. So I'm gonna just message you something real quick, but as I do so, we can continue forwards. So with that in mind, as the 4 of you stand ready to receive the delegation, there's a bit of a pause as this group gets up to the road, and you can see all the goblins are kind of like coming to a halt. They're all stopping and looking at each other and like a little curious. And as there's like a rift of conversation going through the goblins that goes all the way back, and you can see what looks to be like a palanquin, like one of those things that would be carried by a bunch of porters, basically replaced with goblins. There's about 8 goblins holding up this fairly hefty looking it looks like a goblin, but like if a goblin ate 3 other goblins. And walking in front of it, pushing its way through, you see the top of like what it appears to be like a little tuft of white hair that looks a little frazzled, kind of pushing its way through the other goblins, and you can just hear the distant sound of, "Move! Get out of the fucking way! Move! Go! Move!" And as this procession carrying this large creature is moving forwards out of the goblins, eventually you can see a small, relatively fancily dressed goblin with what appears to be some sort of wig on his head, and a singular monocle with no glass inside of it on his eye, push his way forwards through the goblins, and then is immediately followed by this hefty-looking green, just beef stew of a fucking goblin on top of his kind of little carrier thing with all these other goblins hefting him, and they all look like they're struggling to support him a bit as they push forwards. And this procession goes forwards, and Wiggums just gestures to some of the other goblins in the line, and they look a little confused, and he makes like a threatening gesture to them all, and they look like they kind of get it together. So a couple of them are rifling around in the carts and pull out what looks to be like these incredibly badly made banners, and some of them pull out these like dented old instruments that look like they were made from random scrap or stolen from somebody a long time ago. And Wiggums just kind of like gestures to them all angrily, and they kick up what is probably like the worst sounding announcement like music that you've ever heard. They were all at least given trumpets to a degree, but the consistency is god awful. It's like just a cacophony of noise basically. And you can see the goblins who are carrying the like sticks with the standards on them, some of them are like arguing amongst each other who gets to hold it, and a fight erupts that is briefly distracting until one of them manages to grab hold of it and just hold it up, and everyone gets back to doing what they're doing. So more of the odious procession continues forwards until eventually standing before all of you is Wiggums and Chief Bellybloat. And now I will play the music for this encounter. Putting his hand into his coat and doing a very deep bow, with barely managing to keep the wig on his head, Wiggum stands upright and he says, I am Wiggums. I am the representative of the honorable, powerful, girthy, handsome, and intimidating Chief Bellybloat of the Suckfrog tribe. He does not speak. I speak for him. He gestures to like this weird tube next to the palanquin thing. Only I may hear the voice of Chief. Otherwise, it may cause great pain and even death. I will interpret for the Chief of the Suckfrog tribe. We have come to live in Sandpoint.
Question?
He kind of narrows his eyes looking at you, Dixie, and says,
Wait, no, question to you. I'm sorry.
oh yeah, go ahead.
Is he speaking in Goblin or is he speaking in Common?
He's speaking in common.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can understand him. He's
Gotcha.
speaking in common directly to you.
Sounds good. Great, thank you.
Mhm. So as he does that, he gestures with another like low bow and says, Desi, it is good to see you.
Oh, yeah, it's good to see you too. How are you doing? I hope that the travels weren't too bad.
No, there were some deaths, but that always happens when goblins travel in large groups.
Yeah, I imagine most of those were actually by the other goblins, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
However, it is very kind of you to have done what you have done here in making space for the Suckfrog tribe to live here as friends. And he gives like the most shit-eating grin.
Yeah. As friends, yeah. No, you gave us a job, Wiggums. Like we can't not do the job, right?
That is why you are the most important goblins.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of which, he like looks around a bit. Where is Snoody?
Snooty's in town, getting ready. She's sort of a big deal here.
Yes, my friend, kind of like twitching his eye at saying so, Figs told me that there would be a performance and food
Yeah, no, we got a performance and food. We have, we spent most of the night here making some food and refreshments to welcome you into town. We also have a play. It is actually a modern twist on an old goblin fable.
You can tell behind his eyes, he's processing, like, what is this bullshit? But on his face, he's going, excellent. It will be good for the goblins to be entertained before we move in further.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He looks at the two tall, humans and says, now, you are... And Kendra nods her head and says, I'm Kendra Deverin, Mayor of Sandpoint, current leader of the ruling council. Gestures beside her. This is our sheriff, Sheriff Baylor. He is in charge of most of the defense and law enforcement in town. And she gestures over beside and says, and this is Councilwoman Dixie. Sorry. Dixie.
Please. Can we have like a moment of like professionalism?
Yes. We have recently elected Dixie here to our ruling council of the town as a representative for your people. She will help in all matters of diplomacy when it comes to the goblin populace. And she gestures to Dixie and says, would you care to introduce yourself, Councilwoman, to him?
Hello, Wiggums. I've heard a lot about you. I extend my hand for like a handshake.
He looks at it a little like interestedly, and then
Will you not shake my hand? I'm the great and powerful Dixie.
Fucking power move. He looks over to the chief, and the chief, Chief Bellybloat hasn't said or done too much in all of this. And as he's looking over, the chief just kind of blinks his eyes one after the other and then leans forward and makes like a whispering motion into the tube. And Wiggums leans over and listens to it. And then he thinks for a moment and he goes... He steps forward and puts his hand out to shake yours, Dixie, in an incredibly pompous and official manner.
I reach out my hand in an attempt to outdo his pompousness.
Okay, give me a performance roll, please.
Okay. Performance. There we go.
Alright, a 22. Nice. Oh, Wiggums, buddy. He's so bad. So he
is
does
nothing but a goblin after all.
Yeah, so Dixie, you reach forward and grab hold of his hand in a way that, kind of sets him off balance, but it is done in such a way that it feels like you're dragging him into a dance that you're controlling absolutely. So the whole start to finish of the handshake looks like he was not prepared, and you jostle him in a way that upsets the wig on his head and makes you look like you're definitely, If there was a way to win a handshake, you did it hands down. And Wiggums looks a little incensed, but also, like he took an L. He is very aware that, in terms of public facing, he just lost face in front of all the goblins who were watching, or at least had the attention span to watch this exchange. So he steps back and readjusts his wig and brushes himself off and he, immediately recovers, being like, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance in person, finally.
Yeah, it's wonderful to meet you.
He readjusts his outfit and looks at the. He looks like he's strategizing about who he should talk to, And he looks up at Kendra and goes, "So, out of curiosity, before I invite the suck frogs to sit and take of your hospitality, what made you so eager to allow us to live in your town?" And Kendra just kind of does a curt nod and says, "Well, if I'm being entirely honest," she gestures to Desi and Dixie and behind her and says, "These two, along with a select group of other goblins, have done a fantastic job of showing the members of this population, this town's residency, that we do not have anything to fear of goblins more than we would any other creature. It is simply an issue of education. And we believe that with the right steps, it would be beneficial to have your tribe be the first to open yourselves up to integration." And Wiggums looks a little, like, snide, and he says, "So, what you're telling me is that you want us to not be goblins?" And Kendra looks over at you, Desi, and Dixie, for one of you to kind of, like, chime in.
Well,
What?
being a... Oh, shit. Did you want to say it, Desi?
Yeah, I mean, could I? I mean, I'm pretty sure you.
Go for it.
Yeah, thank you. Wiggums,
Yes.
you say that like it is something to be extremely proud of, but I'm pretty sure that you lost 2 goblins because they probably, I don't know, picked a bear's nose or something stupid. Imagine how much it would be easier if the goblins didn't waste all their time killing each other and instead did better things. Like, I'm not asking you to stop being a goblin, you know? I didn't stop being a goblin. I just decided that I didn't want to live in a swamp with bugs that bite and spiders the size of houses trundling along. I didn't want to have to worry about getting eaten by not only everything, but maybe a hungry goblin named Bob. You act right now like your life is perfect. And she's gonna gesture to the rest of the goblins and go, and you know, to be fair, Wiggums has had a good life. He gets to be advisor. He gets the good loot and the comfy sleeping spot, and to get to sleep in the chief hut. But not every goblin gets to do that, do we? No. Some of you don't even sleep in a hut. You sleep outside, and the bugs, they crawl and they bite, and the flying things screech, and they search for you in the night. And every time you hear a noise, you have to wonder, is that a predator, or is that just another goblin? And do I kill that other goblin before they kill me? Do you really want to live that way?
Dixie,
If you could just
Oh,
if you could just wake up and not have to worry every single minute to be murdered, think how much fun you could have doing other things.
Dixie, do you have any points to put onto that before I make both of you do a roll to make your points?
Instead of doing that, I'm going to actually just listen and watch. I want to look over. Wait, so it's just Wiggums and the chieftain right now, right?
Well, and 8 other goblins that are holding the chieftain up.
Do you mind if I look at the 8 other goblins and see if I
Sure.
recognize any of them?
Oh, if you recognize any of them. I don't think you would. Not from
Okay.
the suck frogs.
This is okay.
Is there anything else you want to look out for, or are you just kind of
I'm really invested looking at them, trying to...
Alright, give me a perception roll to see if there's anything else that is noteworthy, at least, as you're looking over the Goblin tribe. All right. The goblins all look like they've been arranged in a very interesting. They look pretty friendly at the moment, and the line of the goblins at the back look like they're kind of how do I describe it? The line of them at the back of all of the general group, they look a little pensive. Some of them look like they're about to laugh at a joke, almost. And as they're kind of like trying to keep each other quiet, and obviously, you know, it looks like they're just kind of like smacking each other and sharing memes and all that kind of stuff amongst themselves. What passes for goblin memes. You can see that some of the bearers of the big like thing that they're carrying the chief on, they look different. They're all wearing really stuffy looking coats that look like they've been cobbled together to look like there's some kind of like impressive emissary group, essentially. And the only thing you really notice about them is a couple of them look like they're really not comfortable with something underneath their coat. Like they're scratching really hard, trying to hold up this thing, and like trying to figure out how they can do it with just like their shoulder or one hand. They're doing a pretty good job of keeping it upright, but it looks like they're bothered by something, and the coats look like they're probably pretty itchy, but they also look kind of lumpy. Like, maybe there's more inside.
Can I tap Desi's shoulder?
Of course.
I think they're concealing something. I don't know what, though.
Oh. That's fine.
It's fine. You sure
Don't
that's
worry about
fine?
it. Of course, of course. Wickums,
Yes.
I know that you know, I know that you guys have come a long way, but it looks like those goblins over there have fleas.
He looks behind him and looks at the goblins, and he just goes, "Yes, try to make good-looking coats for goblins to look more official. Might not have checked for scratchy things."
Oh, okay. Hold on just a moment. Stay here with Dix. And I'm gonna wander off over towards those goblins.
He looks a little. Can you give me a diplomacy roll for your earlier like points that you were making as well?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm gonna re-roll that shit.
All right. That's fair. I'm going to roll for. All right, cool. And then you get. You're a little off balance. How do you want to recover from just noticing that you're missing a toe as you're walking over, by the way?
I'm gonna level head this shit. I'm gonna you know the deal that like in Willy Wonka?
She's gonna #1 victory way.
I'm gonna T-pose for dominance. And then I'm gonna fall forward, pull into a somersault, roll to my feet, pop up, snap my arms back out, and tip my my fucking wizard hat that I have on because I have that. And I'm gonna continue on my way, dapperly.
All right. Wiggums looks a little concerned at you coming over to the goblins, but he heard what you were trying to say. Also, Dips, thank you very much for the raid. The Bayou Diplomat.
Oh, Dips!
It is good to see you. Thank you for raiding during the gobos. If somebody could shout out the Bayou Diplomat in chat. Welcome, everybody. We're just doing our usual goblin shenanigans. You can check out all of our related links to the project there. Thanks for coming in. Hope you guys enjoy what you hear and see. As you readjust yourself, Desi, to make your approach, is your intent to take a closer look at these goblins?
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna act like I'm gonna take a look at the coats, you know.
You're
Also,
coming.
Diplo. Diplo. Shout out is absolutely necessary. We love you. and people should check you out. So you sit down, you take that shout out, and you like it. You're in my house now, motherfucker.
I don't think we have any of your mods right now, Effie. You should do it.
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
I'm just really bad at copy pasting.
No worries.
Uh...
As you turn around to approach the palanquin, he's nodding his head and says, as you're starting to make that movement, he steps to step in front of you and take your hand to, like, talk to you as if, like, appealing to you very, very closely on, like, an emotional level. You're gonna pull away?
Oh, I'm gonna just I'm like water, bitch.
Alright.
I'm gonna flow.
He stands between you and the goblins, but you pull away from him and could move freely if you wanted to the side.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna walk around and be like, "Oh, you can come with me, Wiggums. Don't worry."
He's keeping a good poker face, and he says, "No, you are absolutely 100% correct. The goblins live in squalor. They live filthy. We have never had the means to make it anything less. The people who live in this town, we always thought would be the worst to talk to. We always had to fight, always had to scheme against. But if they are willing to let us live here, then better lives can be had by everyone. And the goblins do not have to fight. They don't have to struggle." And as he's walking with you, he tries to step again in front of you to, like, as he's conversing, to stop you from looking at these goblins. So he's, like, stepping in front of you to just, like, block your way as much as he can. Are you gonna try to juke him again? Alright, yeah. So you... and again, he isn't breaking his poker face. He seems to be holding it, and he says, I'm confused, though. We were having a conversation with your friends over here, and
Yeah.
now you're trying to do something with these goblins. What are you doing?
Oh, no. I'm just expecting, because you can't come sick if you have fleas. But don't worry, I have flea powder. Remember, I was a doctor. Yeah, my big Brian. Remember that?
Oh, well, there's definitely a more pressing matter, and that's getting all of these hungry, tired goblins to sit where you want them to sit and eat what you want them to eat.
Oh, absolutely. But if they're all sitting in one spot, the fleas will spread. It's just a quick inspection. Don't worry.
I really do think it would be better if we took care of that later.
Well, I understand, but man, it's really weird. The humans don't like pestilence. That's how they keep it nice. So, as your first sign of diplomatic faith, you can just let me do just a quick inspection.
Dixie, as this is going on, do you have anything you're going to be doing?
I'm just watching. This is a party for me.
Alright. The sheriff and Kendra both feel like if they did any sudden movements or anything out of line, they would risk a diplomatic incident, so they're just standing there still as stone. So as you walk up to these goblins, the Wiggums reaches out in one last desperate attempt to grab your... Do you take out powder? Or are you just going closer?
I'm just going closer.
Alright. So he reaches out in one last desperate attempt to grab your hand to stop you. And I'm going to roll for him on that front. With his... Alright, he's not good at that. So he snatches desperately at the air to stop you from looking at them. And as you look inside, can you give me a perception roll, please? In the coat, one of the coats of the goblin.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Motherfucker!
And that works perfectly. Alright. So, as you open the coat, and look inside, there is what appears to have been a bunch of like leaves and sticks have been shoved inside, almost as if an effort to make them poof up and look like bigger, essentially. And as you open and look into the coat, there is a little like small swarm of insects that just bzzz out into your face and kind of attack you a little bit. And the goblin who's holding it briefly like goes "Whoa!" as he's like trying to keep up his half of the palanquin. But there's a reason there's 8 of them, because redundancy. So he falters a little bit, but the rest of the goblins hold the slack until they yell at him and tell him to like get his shit together. And meanwhile, he just kind of like closes his coat up more and then he just kind of looks at Wiggums like a little panically, and Wiggums is like, "Careful, we haven't had a chance to properly clean them out yet, obviously. So
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation on the coat,
uh-huh.
and I'm going to. I have a question. It says I can alter the color, cleanliness. I can kind of alter it. Can I make it transparent?
I don't think that's a thing you can do with
I don't think it is
Prestidigit-
either, but that's why I'm asking.
Prestidigitation.
It says I can tidy it. It says I can color, clean, or soil an object. And I'm just wondering if that's an option, because it technically isn't a color. So I just wanted to check.
No. I would say that it doesn't have the strength to do something of that level of like creating something to be see-through.
Oh, okay, cool. Then I'm gonna I'm going to I'm sorry. I'm deciding how trolly I want to be right now, and I have so many options. I love this spell so much. I'm going to cook.
What?
I'm going to use Prestidigitation because you can cook slowly, you can make small objects, or you can tidy. I'm going to warm the unidentified object inside of the coat to a hot soup level,
Oh no.
because I assume it's non-living material.
One second. This calls for a change of music. Alright, so you're going to both clean the coat and try to do that, basically, at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So, you reach out, and how do you introduce this? How do you say what you're doing?
I was gonna say, oh, let me clean this coat up, and let me make sure to kill the bugs real fast.
Alright, so you cast it, and his coat immediately, like this ad hoc like patchwork coat, is cleaned up to a fair degree. Like, it looks a lot nicer, and there's not as much what's the word I'm looking for? I just general dirt and dust and uncleanliness. And you also, as a side note, start causing like heat inside, right, for this goblin?
Mm-hmm.
To the point that like it feels like probably like a very uncomfortable level of warm, yeah?
Oh yeah, it's basically hot soup.
Alright. So as you do this, the goblin who's holding it up, he starts to sweat, and he looks at Wiggums with wide eyes, and he's just kind of like trying to get Wiggums' attention. And Wiggums is like looking at him with like this. He's just kind of like, well, that was very kind of you to clean his outfit, but now he's very I guess he's tired. Are you a little tired there? And like the goblin just like shaking his head up and down, He's like, well, hold on, maybe I could just get somebody to replace him real quick.
Yeah. Do you have anybody not in a big cumbersome coat?
Plenty of other goblins, and he just like rapidly
that's
gestures to the one goblin, to the goblin that you heated up, and he just like nods rapidly and goes, "Why don't you go grab someone to replace you?" And he just like panically turns around and starts running back to the rest of the goblins to find a replacement.
I'm gonna use Mage Hand, and I'm gonna grab the back of his coat and yank it as he's running off. That's why I should never be allowed to play spells.
So you grab hold of the back of his coat, and I'm going to do a roll for the goblin as he's running to see how well he adjusts to this. He will not expect it though, so he'll have disadvantage. Goblins are pretty fast-moving, agile little shits, but ooh, that's not gonna do it. That is definitely not going to do it. With the disadvantage of an 11, I believe your spell DC is fairly high, yes, on that front. Like, if you were to use it comparatively to some other stuff that requires a spell DC, I think you're like 16 or 18 or something?
18.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that he's definitely not going to cut the mustard on that front. So he starts running forwards, and in a comedic way of just like perfect timing, he erupts out of this coat that is hovering there, that is just like magically floating in the air. This nice clean coat has a bunch of sticks and all kinds of leaves and stuff, just basically shotgun in like a little confetti explosion outwards from the sudden halt of his momentum. And then he stands up, and you can see that he has a little strand of like what appears to be a whole bunch of primer wire strapped around his body and up his neck, and he is just covered in fireworks.
Aww.
And
you dropped your coat!
And everyone in the area stops, and a bunch of the goblins who are like in the goblin group like look a lot more serious, and a couple of them just start laughing their asses off. Meanwhile, Wiggums just kind of raises an eyebrow and says, "What? Well, he thinks about it for a second, and then he looks like he's almost receiving something in his head. Almost like he's being distracted by something, like another voice. And then go ahead.
I'm going to drop the Mage Hand on the cloak, and I'm going to use Mage Hand to poke Wiggums in the left eye. Well, he is trying to get messages.
All right, so you quickly whip around and make a very obvious like casting of a spell to poke him in the eye.
Yep.
All right. So he gets a little like flabbergasted at that, and it interrupts him. So I'm gonna give a roll for Wiggums to see with this interruption how well he processes something here. So I'll make a roll to see how well he puts it forward, and we'll do it with keep the lowest. Alright, a 15. Can you give me a perception roll to counter that, pretty please?
Let me see, I gotta roll higher than 8. Goblin bullshit go!
Dixie, you can give me one too, if you'd like, a perception roll. If Dixie's back, that is. Dixie said, BRB in the chat, so they might be AFK.
Okay.
I think they are AFK. They might have set the kitchen on fire. Jasmine, is your kitchen on fire?
Better not be.
Better not be. You know, spoken like a true mom. Better fucking not be. Oh, God.
Alright, well, we'll just assume
It was one of
yours.
yous. It's disgusting.
What is?
So, as you reach out to interfere with Wiggums in the communication element of it, your magic seems to fizzle as you bring it forwards to connect with Wiggum's face. it seems that something or some other element or interference has dispelled your hand, keeping it from being any of a lasting problem. And Wiggums kind of rights himself and says, "Well, yes, it was supposed to be a surprise, but we wanted to do some fireworks stuff for you, for celebration as new friends."
Uh-huh.
Yes, it was meant to be part of a surprise performance.
Wiggums, can I talk to you for a second?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm gonna lean in and I'm gonna whisper to Wiggums and go, Wiggums, Wiggums,
Well,
I already know that you're lying.
he's not. His face doesn't budge at all, and he goes,
Wiggums,
"You can think what you want to think."
Wiggums,
What?
I think that right now, it would be the easiest thing in the world to light that goblin on fire.
Would you do it?
And you're right, because you're right next to the chief.
Yes, I am. And so are
Don't
you.
you know?
And so is the
Ah.
mayor of this town. And
That's
so
true.
and he gestures to the wall and says, "And so many people from this town are watching." And he gestures to the goblins, "And so many goblins. I wonder how it would look if there was an incident such as that, and it was very clear that you were responsible for catching the fire in the first place."
Wiggums, if I kill you and the chief, I become chief. That's goblin law.
He narrows his eyes and says, "If you survive the blast."
Wiggums, do you think I am an idiot?
No.
Do you think that I am a fool?
No.
Well, that's good. Do you remember when you sent me to go kill that nerd on the boat and get you those fireworks?
Yes.
Did you know that I got a little gift that I don't think you know about?
He narrows his eyes in suspicion. And what is that?
I got a bitching brand new pair of shoes, Wiggums.
As this is going on, Kendra and the sheriff, and Kendra has just put her hand out in front of Dixie, and they've been stepping back like real slow.
Mm. Now, Wiggums, Wiggums,
What?
I want you to listen to me really closely.
What?
She's gonna unshoulder her bag and she's gonna kind of not gonna offer it to him, but she's gonna pull it off and she's gonna kind of just make sure that it's a focus for a second. Wiggums, the amount of explosives in this pack, well, it's pretty terrifying, honestly. Even for me. And I have to admit, Wiggums, I'm a little excited to think about the fire. It's very pretty. So here's the deal, Wiggums. I'm gonna talk to the chief. And I'm gonna talk to these ones. And Wiggums, you're gonna stand right here with me. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you something, Wiggums. I'm gonna tell you something, Wiggums.
What?
I can fly. Can you fly, Bubby?
Give me an intimidation roll, please. I'll give you advantage.
Was it for my totally not like obvious RoboCop reference? What was it because of
Just make your damn roll.
Alright, cool.
Alright. He narrows his eyes at you for a moment, and he looks like he's thinking a little bit longer, and then you can also tell that he's having a conversation, like something is in his head talking to him as well. And he
Guns.
sighs. Oh, go ahead.
Wiggums, talk to me, Wiggums. I know that you're not talking to the Chief, Wiggums. You want to know why I know you're not talking to the Chief, Wiggums?
his eyes like flare. He doesn't say anything, but he's looking at
That
you.
man's fucking sleeping.
The chief, you know, from the angle you're talking to him right now, you wouldn't be able to see his face, but his eyes are currently open to the people who are looking at him. But he's very like lazily moving his eyes around. But he hasn't like moved to look at this interaction at all. Like his body is just like still staying up there. And Wiggums kind of like takes a moment to look at you, and he thinks and he goes, "What do you want?"
I want you to put the fireworks down and to come sit your ass down at the play. And I want you to fucking behave yourself. Because I'm gonna tell you something right now, Wiggums. You're the one with the explosives, not me. And you know what, Wiggums? Do you know how it's going to look when the clever trap that you so expertly prepared blows up and you get killed and you kill the chief and a good amount of goblins? And why? At a stroke of luck, I escape with the mayor. And we're fine. But poor Wiggums. Poor foolish Wiggums. Wiggums tried to set a trap and fucked up. And Wiggums killed the chief. Now who's going to lead them? Well, I suppose it would be us, wouldn't it, Wiggums?
I'm gonna do a roll to see if Wiggums can keep his shit together. He looks like he wants to say something to you in the moment that what you're kind of bringing forwards, but he stops. And he thinks, and he says, "All right. I made a mistake. I was paranoid. There's no problems here."
Wiggums, you weren't paranoid.
No?
You were a liar.
He snuffs at your insinuation, and he says, "It was a necessary lie to ensure that I had something to do if I was attacked that would be significant enough to motivate all sides. It was the best I could bring forth in the time, as Chief told me to do so. We
Chief
left
didn't tell
behind...
you to do anything. Not that one, anyway. You picked the fattest, laziest, stupidest goblin that all they wanted to do was sit and nap around and eat food. It's a pretty good gig, really. But listen, I'm looking at that man over there. Look at him. Look at him. Prime cut of goblin, that one. Empty gaze, staring around, half interested. Picking his own nose, 'cause he's got nothing better to do. And you know what, Wiggums?
What?
Wiggums. I'm not stupid, Wiggums. You might have fooled the other goblins. But you didn't fool me. And you're not fooling anybody here. So I'm going to give you one last chance, Wiggums. I'm going to tell you, you can put all of this away. You can put it all down. And you can come and you can have a good life here. But I swear to you right now, if you continue to do what you're doing, not only am I going to kill you, Wiggums, but I'm going to let every single goblin here know what you did, Wiggums. And I'm going to prove your lie in front of them. You will be discredited, Wiggums. They will know that you are a liar, Wiggums. Because Wiggums, at the end of the day, it would be very therapeutic for me to watch them bash your head in with a rock. But, Wiggums, I believe in being civil and giving people a chance. And you have a very short amount of time to figure that out. And if you want to come clean, Wiggums, and you want to explain all of this to me, you just let me know, Wiggums. Oh, and Wiggums, I know that it's very tempting right now to try to do anything, but if I so much as drop this bag, not only is it going to set off everything that you have, but it's going to set off everything you don't know I have. And Wiggums, not only do I know how to swim, but I'll be fine. This isn't the first time I've been blown up near the water. I got better at it.
He looks around confusedly for any source of water, but otherwise, just kind of.
This is a port town, Wiggums. Come on, stick with me. I'm extrapolating.
He looks at the.
Focus on me, Wiggums.
He looks to his right at the the water that would probably be a fair distance from your current place, but he does acknowledge that there is an ocean to his, to his right from where he is.
So what do you say that we stop basically playing this game of deception that you're playing very poorly, and you come get some sandwiches and some stew, and you sit down and you watch this play? Okay?
Give me an intimidation roll with advantage. Oh my. Well, that'll settle it. Let me just roll for his will save. Not that it matters. Alright. He sighs. And he looks at you with like a genuine sentiment on his face of just not having any control anymore in the situation. And he just goes, where do we go from here then? What do I do next?
You can stop talking to whoever's talking to you, because clearly they're not going to help you, Wiggums. If they were going to help you, Wiggums, they would not have sent you to die, Wiggums.
He looks like, just briefly, like a little he says in passing, I can't stop the voice. But he leans forward and says, that's not the problem here. What do I do now? They've seen the fireworks here. Everyone is waiting on us to finish this conversation. What do I say so we can keep going forwards?
You tell them to put the chief down over there, and she's gonna motion where the stage is and the fireworks and the totally hidden bombs are. You go put them over there, and then you take the coats off, and what you do is you have them gather all the fireworks off them and put it in a neat little pile, and you go, ta-da, we brought party favors. That's what you're gonna do, Wiggums. And you might want to do it yourself, because the ones that you gathered here don't look too bright.
He
Okay.
nods. He says,
And I'm going to let them know that everything's fine.
he looks a little confused at you and says, yeah, so we'll just pass it off as a gift, and I'll make sure the goblins stay focused on this play.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I'm telling you to do. Okay? There'll be no problems, Wiggums. You just give it a half hour, and you're going to be sitting there eating a sandwich and stew, wondering why you even wanted to come here in the first place with, well, the party favors.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That is agreeable. And he looks a little bit pained, like he's holding the side of his head. And he just says, I I will do what you recommend. I will. He looks like he's being yelled at, but only he can hear it, and he just kind of is like shaking his head a bit and says, "Well, I'll make sure the goblins do it. You have my permission as most important goblin. Use your badge. Show them. Tell them where to go. I need a moment."
And then Wiggums, we'll talk
Hmm.
about what's going on. I'm pretty sure we can help you. Think about it.
Yes. Yes. He like
Okay.
readjusts himself and like tries to continue forwards, like carrying himself with a bit of pomp, and says, he gestures to everybody, and his best interpretation of this is to say, "I'm afraid a little offering was interrupted. We were hoping to make a gift of some entertainment to the town, but it appears that our delivery was unwise." And he gestures to the goblins who are like carrying the chief, and says, "When you take the chief over to the stage there, just make sure that you help take all of the party favors that you're carrying right now and put them in a big pile." He leans over to you. "Where do you want it put exactly? Where do you want them to pile it all?"
A little bit farther away from town, just in case they are clumsy.
He nods.
You
He
know,
says,
just about 50 feet back.
Yes, a fair distance. It's still visible in a big pile, but a fair distance from the stage."
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, as most important goblin, Wiggums needs to take a moment and deal with some things. So I will be helping you today on his behalf. Hello, everybody. My name is Desi, and I'm here to welcome you into human civilization. It's going to be new, and it's probably going to be a little scary at first, but we goblins are brave goblins. And to help ease you guys in, we've put on a show, and it even is it's a twist on an old goblin legend. You know, I won't spoil the surprise, but you know, the one of the things in it starts with the B. Come on over here, guys, and you can sit down, and we'll get you guys some food. You have to be hungry. We have these things called sandwiches and stew. You're gonna love it.
Meanwhile, Dixie, to catch you up, Desi found that the 8 goblins that were carrying the chief himself had been wearing heavy coats that were mixed with a cover of like the top layer of above them was like a whole bunch of like random leaves and tinder and stuff that would probably
And
be a
like
lot
bugs?
more. Yes, bugs.
Yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah, but what it turns out that was they were wearing underneath was basically like an ad hoc suicide vest of fireworks.
Cute.
So they were carrying that around on Wiggum's command, and Desi kind of revealed that little contingency there. So they they have now decided that they're going to surrender it as like what ended up the conversation that ended up happening was Desi convinced them or convinced Wiggums to give up what he was trying to do and tell them that it was just like an ill thought out way of delivering party favors. So they're gonna make like they're gonna dump all the fireworks in a pile in the corner of the front of like this like near the performance area, and then they're all gonna sit down and watch the show. So that's basically the summary of what it was caught up. So Dixie, you can see that they are kind of Desi is walking back over to the 3 of you, and Kendra, she kind of leans down to you, Desi, and says, "I don't know what that quiet conversation was all about, but it seems like there was a lot in exchange. Is everything all right? Are we safe?"
Yeah, you are safe now. I promised you that I would take care of everything, and I also promised my wife that I wouldn't hurt goblins needlessly. So, you know, both of those things have been achieved. To be honest, originally I was just going to handle it before it became a problem, But this way is best. It has resolved itself. Okay?
She nods. And she just kind of goes, well, it looks like they're making their way over. And she gestures to the front of the wall, which has a hell of a stage set up at it with what it appears to be like an ad hoc attempt at like a buffet that has kind of been established in the area. And it looks like it's all ready to go for a bit of a performance. Yeah, I was just about to say. But as everything is like shuffling over in that direction, Kendra nods and she says, well done on that. And thank you so much for your time. It is, I am appreciative of you doing such a thing.
You're welcome.
Seeing this many goblins this close, I've lost a bit of my nerve, and I'm very glad that things are progressing forwards diplomatically. While this performance is going, I will ensure that there are more volunteers from the towns over to the manor that you acquired adjacent to the one that you have been living out of, to ensure that every effort is made to make sure that it is properly fortified and prepared for the arrival of the goblins.
Excellent. That sounds like a great plan. You know, at first I was a little skeptical about some of the things that were going on, but you're doing a very good job. I will admit that I am more impressed than anticipated. I really value your feedback, and I'm really looking for today to go well.
She nods her head and says, well, here's hoping. But for now, I will join the others on the inside of the walls. And she puts her hands... Hold on, I need it. I figure this isn't appropriate. She kneels down and she puts a hand on your shoulder, Desi, and she puts a hand on Dixie's shoulder. And she says, I just want to tell you both, good luck. We're all counting on you. And with that, we're going to go ahead.
I don't need luck.
We're going to go ahead and take our break.
Luck, I think you mean, and I'm going to cut my finger and make a P on, right in front of the luck. And I'm going to be like, pluck, you mean, right? Right? Somebody,
Yes.
please, one JoJo fan, please know what I'm talking about. I want the sword of pluck. Goddamn.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick little 15-minute break. We're going to see to our food and all that other stuff, the break stuff, the things, blah, 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 etc., etc. But thank you all so much for being here. If you guys want to check out those links, please do so. And Goblins, do you just want to say goodbye for now, and we'll see them in 15 minutes.
Goodbye. Have a good one.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you all. We are back from our break. There's a lot of ice cream going around right now. So if you hear some ice cream mouths, don't worry about it. Oh, God. Excuse me. That was my body jealously... My body is jealous over a lack of ice cream.
Silver.
What, Newt?
Would there be dragons into play?
Dragons?
Dragging these nuts across your face.
Not even gonna put on the eyebrows. I'm not even gonna put on the eyebrows.
I'm just gonna take those two.
They won't be
and
real
just put them
dragons.
in anyways.
They'll be imaginary dragons. These nuts on your face.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so
Hello,
I'm taking
everybody.
those 2 points.
Damn.
Yeah. All right, everybody. 2 eyebrows on, 2 XP eyebrows off. All right. So just a reminder to those of you who are chilling with us here, those are all the links that I put in chat, so you can support all of our wonderful peeps who are part of this broadcast. You can hit up all the lovely folks who are lined up here and supporting elements of the whole project, the doodly doo dingly dong. words and stuff. Also, all the contributions and subscriptions, bits, and donations you make during the broadcast go to increasing our Goblin bullshit pool. Number go up, things happen. What will happen? Who knows? But things will happen. I'm just gonna leave it a surprise. You guys can, if you get until I can actually take the time to figure out what we're gonna do on that expanding thing. But for the time being, thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate you. And now it is time to settle in for the grandest stage show that has ever come or ever will come to Golarion. Don't say it. We're gonna
Come.
Fuck off. I knew that was gonna happen. All right. Yeah, greatest. Come on. Oh my god. All right, I've dug my hole. I'm gonna sit in it now.
Hole?
Fuck off. Boop. And then we go to this, and we are going to set up a little stage here called Activatio. Woo! There we go. Now everybody's on a different scene. Bam. All right. And a big thank you to the lovely Athane Photography for helping me have yet more awesome maps for the necessity of when we require them. There's already more that Athane has made for me that have not necessarily been in use yet, but damn if I do not appreciate the effort. So,
You
behold,
forgot somebody.
Who did I forget?
A certain Lizzie, the Snappy Jaw.
Oh, fuck,
Yeah,
I knew I forgot
Where
to throw
is
that in there.
Lizzie?
Lizzie will be following along shortly because technically Newt needs to be off stage for the time being here as it all starts up. So we're gonna move some things around here as they become relevant to this performance. And we're gonna probably do that there, boo, boo, boo. All right. So first question is, Desi, where are you taking up? I assume you'll be ready with certain elements somewhere, but where are you going to be ready?
That's a good question. Well, the explosives are there. And this is the stage. So the stage should be okay. And let's see. I am going to go, I think over here so I can keep an eye on Wiggums, but I can also just, hit the deck if I need to do anything unfortunate.
So over here?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I'll just keep an eye on, because, perfectly normal things.
100%. I'll get to you, Snooty, because you have to help Seardak coordinate this whole thing. So we've got Kevig Oleg over here. Now Newt, where, and I'm gonna ready your crocodile here. Sorry, I have to.
Snappy Jaw!
Sorry, yep, sorry. I'm mislabeling. Apologies on that front. Let us go. Assets library, upload. While I'm uploading that, where would you like to position yourself until you're called upon for the necessity of the performance?
Where would I what?
Where do you want to be chilling with your big ass snappy jaw until you're called in to perform, essentially?
Oh, wherever the stars normally wait, because Lizzie is a star.
Alright, so backstage on your giant crocodile. Your giant snappy jaw, sorry.
Yeah.
Alright, that works. Alright, now we're gonna quickly go ahead and do... we'll create the actor. We'll do Lizzie. Create new actor. Bam. that is not the assets library. There we go. Tokens. Boopity-boo. Lizzie. There we go. Select file. Bam. Oh, I made Lizzie a character sheet. Fuck it. Lizzie gets a character sheet. Bam.
Yeah.
There we go. Got appearance.
Zoom in so everyone can see this beautiful,
Yes,
beautiful
I will.
piece
I'll
of
make
work.
sure that. Here we go. Just so that everybody gets a good. You know what? It's even better if I do it this way. Let's bring this up on screen in the big time. There you go. There you go, everybody. There's our very incredibly detailed character art
Lizzie!
for Lizzie. Lizzie the Snappy Jaw.
I fucking love this thing so much.
I hope you all appreciated it as much as we do. All right, there we go. I am not sure why this is. There we go. Okay, update that. Bam, there we go. Lizzie is on duty and now visible. Technically, Lizzie's like really fucking big too, so I'll have to make that token even bigger than it is at the moment. But for the time being, Newt and Lizzie, you are off stage to stage left here. So we got stage right and stage left visible. At the moment.
Yeah.
Boop. Okay. What?
I have to go feed Lizzie. BRB.
Okay, cool. Yeah, your scene will come in later. All right, let me get some music going here so that we can establish this performance. Whoop. Alrighty, righty. So, Dixie, where are you going to be in tandem to support with your illusions? Do you wish to mount the wall, or do you wish to be right behind the stage?
I feel like being on the wall is already fine. That way I can see everything that I'm doing.
Yeah, it probably like the equivalency of being up in the rafters of a performance, so I think that would work out well.
Mhm.
Plus, you're not on the immediate line of fire if shit hits the fan.
Fuck
Oh
them.
no, not shit. Where's
I
the
have-
dwarf?
I have the detonator up with me up right now, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. You're still holding the detonator that Desi gave you.
Crazy.
So if you ever need to flip that shitty, you know, it's there.
The
It's
dwarf.
ready. No, not the dwarf.
You said shitty.
Oh my god. The it appears that the a bunch of the guards on the wall and a fuckload of the town militia, which I just don't have tokens to represent right now, but trust me, they're there. The wall is lined with people at the moment, and everyone has, aside from 2 guards here who have made sure that everyone has given you space, Dixie, just so you're not like any weird folk are coming over and getting up in your grills while you're trying to perform.
That sounds great.
So, as they're keeping that separation up, let's see here. So we've got Dixie up on the wall, ready with the illusions. We've got Newt on the backstage. We have Desi over here, ready to act on anything. And also, I assume keeping an intent eye on Wiggums and his behavior, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so the chief has been basically deposited right in front of the stage. These chairs here were basically, like, smashed unceremoniously out of the way because they didn't use them for anything. And Wiggums is just standing right next to the chief, like, intently watching what's gonna happen here. Meanwhile, all the goblins somehow... I couldn't properly represent how not sitting still these goblins are right now, but just take my word for it. Just because they're sitting there statically like that does not mean that they're behaving well. So it is a little bit of a disruptive scene at the moment. So Snooty, you are now in the best dressed kind of like ugly air quotes while also being beautiful attempt that the theater people could do. So chat, can I get an exclamation mark D20 to see how well the theater folk managed to interpret the paradoxical request of being beautiful in both worlds? A 17. Very nice, Cryptique. It seems that much in the way that for some reason people find William Dafoe attractive. You've hit that mark.
Amazing, because I also find Willem Dafoe very attractive, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, don't
Oh,
talk
you mean
shit on
William
Willem Dafoe.
DeFriends?
It's Willem.
Willem.
It's Willem.
It's Willem.
Sorry,
Willem
Willem
DeFriends?
Willem
Yeah.
Dafoe. My apologies.
Dafoe.
So you're definitely you're done up in a way that is incredibly impressive, and Naffer is the best practical effects can do to create a secondhand interpretation of a bargeist. And he's just happy to be included. He's like, I'm not gonna say anything unless I'm told to. I'm just here to be set dressing, but he is willing to deliver like any lines that you instruct him to deliver, Snooty. So basically, you're on top of him. You've got Kevig and Oleg in their in their fucking loincloths behind you. And Sirdak is now he's like peeking around the corner of the stage, and he goes, "There are so many goblins."
But she like kind of does like a little peeky poo through this curtain that's right in front of her as she's on top of Naffer.
Mm-hmm.
She goes, you got the towers of things all powered up. You trashed the stage. You
Yes.
put garbage and stuff over by the seats, so then they don't, eat the seats. Good. You covered this up in streamers, but like goblin streamers, so there's like rats and stuff. Good. And you put a whole bunch of garbage on the stage too. Perfect. And things. You even gave me things up here too. I feel like the best queen of queens of the goblins.
Sirdak looks you in the eyes and like takes both of your hands, and he has like glistening in his eyes. Like he is just motivated. He is so fucking motivated right now, and he goes, "It's all thanks to you, my dear. I would never be able to, with my wildest dreams, think of such an event as this if we didn't come together and make it perfect. And with your guidance, I guarantee you that the efforts that we've made out there today, there is not a shadow of a doubt that you will be the next great queen of the goblins. Don't even think about it for a second that there is no reasonable reason why any divine power has ordained to designate you so. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to your people. It doesn't matter to the people of this town. It doesn't matter where that comes from. People who will say, nay, I do not wish to worship under the queen, well, they're idiots. They're absolutely uninformed, stupid motherfuckers. Because they do not understand the glory today that will be bestowed upon them, and anyone who does not acknowledge your right to rule from this point forward as the queen of all goblins, well, they don't even get it. They don't get anything. They don't understand the basic laws of life. I'm surprised they breathe. But it's not about them. Tonight, it's about you. And he like gestures through he like moves the curtain aside and says, thanks to you and all of your wonderful friends here, everyone that you have met in this town, we have put together something no one else could. All these people coming together to try something so outlandish to prevent an outright war. I can only imagine, gesturing to the wall, that a good chunk of the people on this wall today would like nothing more than you and all of your kind to be put to the stake, fiery and painfully.
I
But
kind of
today-
figured, yeah.
Today you prove them wrong. He nods expectantly and says, now, it is the most important element we have here today. The most important thing. What do you think we should do to open this play?
Okay, we need fanfare, but like played badly, so they think that it's like really good. Because goblins don't really have a good like sound for music. We sing a lot, but it's usually not in like key. So we need fanfare, and then we need an announcer.
Points to Desi.
Ah, yes.
Ah.
Or
Another goblin would be very helpful.
Oh, hello.
Yes, they'd appreciate a goblin. He looks kind of like a little thoughtful and says, your friend Desi there doesn't really have anything to do during all of this. It would perhaps be pertinent for them to introduce the play and then...
No. Desi's not my friend. She's my wife.
Oh, my sincerest apologies. I did
Just
not mean
like
to...
Sheriff Deputy Newt is also my wife.
He nods and says, I've been so swept up in it. I apologize, my dear. Please.
And that handsome man up in the front peeks through the curtains. That's my husband.
He leans out and looks at Belly Bloat, who is very firmly asleep right now, and just kind of like looks and goes, "You have great taste, dear. Great taste." He points to Desi and Newt, and then very like imperceptibly, regrettably, like moving his hand and then continuing forward, points to the chief out there, and he goes, "You take all three of those wonderful, loving goblins in your life, and you think about them when you do this, because if you can accomplish this, you will make life so much better for each and every one of them."
Yeah.
So, he points to Desi and says, "You want your wife, Desi, to walk out on stage and introduce everything at the start, yes?"
Yes, cause wife has Big Brian and is really good at talking.
Right. Now, I know that the chief, the one in charge of the Suck Frogs, they don't talk. They don't speak to
No,
to
because
anyone, but...
he is so powerful that if he talkated, we'd all die.
Yes, and I've been giving some thought to that. If you're trying to change things and do greater, this chief has already got that market cornered. He's not speaking at all. What you should show these goblins is it's better to have someone lead who can perform.
Yeah.
So whatever you think is the best way to speak to the hearts of your people out there, your pending subjects, I will leave in your hands. I am the avatar of your will today. You gesture to me and I will do my best to support in every way that I can. But it is all on you to make sure that this is the greatest performance that we can give. We all trust in you here, Snooty. Bring us to glory.
Oh, okay, I got this.
She's trying to psych her up. Psych herself up like,
Yeah, I got this.
All right. What is the first thing we should do?
We need the fanfare, go do, and then Desi goes on stage, and we need the actors to applaud, to tell the goblins to applaud, because they can't read, because reading is bad for them. So they need someone to say applause, and then applaud.
All right. He nods and he gestures over to one of the stagehands and goes, "Get a really terrible fanfare going and have all the actors out there playing the goblins in their outfits to get on stage and to start encouraging all the other goblins to start clapping. All right, we'll get that going. You go quickly now before you fuck this all up. Go. Okay. What's next as that's going on?"
As that announces us, Desi shall go on stage and make a grand entrance, so that way I can make an even grander entrance.
I see. He looks thoughtful and he gestures. He looks up at the top of the wall and says, "Your friend up there, the talented illusionist. I think they
The
should
talented
definitely-"
loser, yes.
The what?
You said talented loser, then fixed it and said
No,
illusionist. So I had
illusionist.
to
How
fix-
dare you
I
slight
know.
my speech? How dare you? The
I'm
talented
sorry.
illusionist above the wall. I have never seen someone create such mimicry, such blatant beauty out of nothingness. If you could convince her that perhaps some of that talent, that raw, well, whatever it is, I can't use the word because it doesn't exist here, but just that oomph.
Gumption.
Yes, all these great words.
I don't know what that word means, but I've heard it before.
It fits. It sounds correct. I don't know it either. But fuck if I love it. I'm gonna use it forever from this point forwards. What we need though is the one with the hat who I'm can you actually you know what, we don't have the time. I'll need a more
Dixie and
detailed-
Frank are like in a relationship.
That's what I figured. I've seen Stranger Things. I've been to Stranger Things. But
That's a
Yeah,
good
me
show.
Too. It's a good show. How
Shut
many
the fuck
episodes?
up.
What season? Yeah, I'm gonna take my 2 XP. Thank you. Hey, that they don't alter the deal further.
he gestures to you and says, I'll send some. How are we able to communicate with the one on the wall if we need to? Do you have some kind of like short range device that could speak if it was passed to one another?
On my fucking
Do
Nokia?
Wait.
Like Newty?
Oh, I got an idea. Desi, come here.
Yeah. What's up?
I need you to get Wiggum's badge that he has.
Oh. Okay.
And then we give that to Dixie. And then Dixie can hear what we're all saying.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Let's just make this harder than it should be. But it's the only idea that came to my mind as Snooty.
Poor Snooty Brian,
Yeah.
firing on so many cylinders.
All right, Tessie, is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna go up and try to get it from Wiggum's?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to Wickham's and be like, hey, we need this.
All right. Initially, he seems like paranoid about it, but he's already very much so lost the diplomacy game, so he just reluctantly hands it over to you.
Then I will give it to Dixie.
Pass it up to me!
Okay, I'm gonna mage hand it up to her.
Yeet.
Oh, that wasn't really a toss. Seems a little bit like cheating. Okay.
All right, now
You have an
have a-
athletic score of 1. What do you want me to do? Throw you with something that weighs lighter than air? Here, let me blow you a kiss and hope that it doesn't fucking knock you on your ass, you just... Throw anything at you.
All right. Now that we've expedited that little oversight and you have the ability to communicate with your stage crew,
Especially since Desi and I both have important goblin badges.
mhm.
So Desi could also be like, Dixie, do this thing.
Blow him the fucking smithery!
Understood. Tracking.
Yeah.
All right. So Sirdak, he nods and he says, I believe. You've got this. He gestures to you, Desi, and he says, on your mark, when you head to the stage, the fanfare and the supporting actors will engage. At any point, just let your support on the wall know to create whatever you think might help illusionary-wise or otherwise to aid you in your introduction.
Just want somebody to help me with introduction?
Yes, you're going to go on stage and start this whole thing off. You're going to
Ah.
introduce the grand arrival of Queen Snooty, and we will put everything together as it goes along. We honestly haven't had a lot of time to rehearse, and the writing process was mainly filled with a lot of liquor. So, we're only really working with what we can improvise here. But don't worry, I have ideas that can help salvage anything, but it is imperative, he points to Snooty, that Snooty is the one to coordinate and cause all of this to come together. Otherwise, we will look like we're telling her what to do, and we don't want the goblins to see that, because then they'll question it.
Okay.
Alright. On your mark, Desi.
Okay. I'm gonna take one bomb out of my pack, and I'm going to hold it. I'm going to turn it into a smoke bomb, and I'm just going to uh light it and then roll it out onto stage where it will explode into a 30-foot cubic sphere of smoke. And with prestidigitation, I'm just going to make little sparks and pops and whizzes and glitter up here. And then I am going to, as I step onto stage, I will also make myself a magical fan, like a hand fan. And I'll be waving it to basically disperse the smoke as I go through, because it's just, it's just a little hand fan. So I'll just kind of like walk out with an eruption of smoke, and I will just toss it into the air, which will disappear into, a little bit of fireflies, we'll just say, and they'll just dance around with pretty lights in the smoke before they fade, and the smoke rolls off stage, and I'll just go, ladies and gentlemen, goblins and goblin-dees nuts, we welcome you to the show of a lifetime. Many of you have no idea what you are going to be witnessing today, but I assure you that it will be nothing as you've ever seen, even in your dreams. I am Desi. I am Desi Boombanker, and today I am here to introduce not only the most stunning goblin that I've ever met in my life, but also the kindest, wisest, prettiest goblin, able to woo not only the chief himself, but anyone that she desires. Truly, she is an admirable leader, a conqueror, a wise woman beyond our keen and understanding, but she's also fair and would like to welcome you all into the city under her protection. So, make sure that you have a sandwich, make sure you have a soup and a drink, make sure that there is no fighting in the stands, and please sit back and watch, because before your eyes we are going to do something that is called theater. And I damn well know none of you have seen it before. So, with that being said, I would very much like to, and I'm going to whisper into the most important goblin, can I have a little bit of, can I get a little bit of flair, a little bit of illusionary pop? Maybe some doves. I would like to introduce our doors and my wife herself, Snooty, the Empress of Goblins.
All right, Dixie, what do you
Oh my
provide
God.
in illusionary support for this performative element?
I believe I can make sounds, right?
Oh, yeah,
sound,
yeah. Your illusions are
Wait.
pretty high tier now. You can put a lot into it.
Okay, so I'm going to throw out this like super bombastic, intense like set of like trumpets or whatever to sort of announce, and then let like fog roll through on all sides, like through their seats, and stuff like that, like coming in from behind them, then onto the stage as Snooty goes for it, and then I can roll for that if you'd like me to.
Yeah, give me... I want both of you, Desi and Dixie, to give me performance rolls to see how well you came out there and basically did that in tandem. Oh, looks pretty good. 28 on Dixie. Desi, give me a performance. Hey, there you go.
I did it. I didn't think it was going to be that good.
Your raw roll was better than mine.
I know, right? What the hell?
All right, so
Oh wait, no, it wasn't. I lied.
let me with that in mind, you know what, chat? I think I'm gonna need to rely on you guys to represent the general feeling of the goblins as they kind of interpret this. So I think the best way mechanically is the way we've interpreted all kinds of things. Can I get yes there? Thank you very much, Nelu. Ooh, interesting. So we have a 2 on that front for general baseline reception. Now, that's not a guarantee of it being a failure. It's just how the crowd's mood was at the time when everything came out. So, their focus is not great, but the goblins are now paying attention. For anybody who is properly keeping focus, especially Wiggums and Belly Bloat, there is a general, like locked-in focus to this kind of thing. So, the baseline that we've got is a 2. So it's not a favorable group, but with the rolls that you guys have made, you're making a very impactful kind of bit of performance. Don't worry. It's just the first roll. I'll call for more rolls. Just be ready, chat. When I need rolls from chat, !D20, but it'll only be the first one I get. So whenever I call for rolls in the future, just be ready to put that in. For the time being, though, while reception was not great at the start, you guys have definitely managed to lock in their attention. So as the actors on front, dressed up in goblin kind of like attire and making to show themselves as being copacetic to the endeavor, are performing and flashing their cards everywhere to kind of like... They realize that, like, writing wasn't the thing, right? So they're holding up placards that look like clapping goblin, like, illustrations, basically. So they're holding that up, and some of them are also clapping and stuff. And a bunch of the goblins are picking up on it. They're like, okay, we're clapping and cheering. Woo. So Desi, where do you move after your introduction also? Where do you move off stage?
I'm gonna move off stage over here. I'm gonna do one of those kind of low bows and back up.
Gotcha. All right, so as you back up, the delivery of Dixie, your performance of your illusions feeds into everything, and there is just this general, like, ooh, ah, kind of mysticism to it. So, Snooty, as this is going on, Sirdak is, like, urging you forwards to be like, do it how you wish to do it. How do you come on stage, Snooty, with your, do you come on with all of the people at start, or do you kind of taper it off? Just tell me what your first thing is. What's your first move?
She waits until the fanfare gets to a good peak, and she holds out her hands to Kevig and Uleg, right?
Mm-hmm.
She wants them on each side, holding onto her hands while she is atop Naffer.
Okay.
So that way it looks like she is being guided through, as the smoke is still most likely dissipating slowly off the stage regardless. So then she goes out, letting the sun bask against her face as she still has mud underneath to give her face a little bit more shape. Her hair is down in unruly curls with sticks and twigs and stuff through it, as well as finer things like ribbons and other stuff as well. She is decked out in jewelry that looks as if to an actor's eye would be play jewelry. Stuff that is overly big for the audience to be able to see, but is not real. She is decked out in all of that stuff. Her dress itself, which to humans would have been really beautiful, has been ripped to shreds and filled with different types of goblin-y goods. So random bits of twine have been wrapped up in stuff. Holes are all ripped to shreds and other parts as well. And she is just decked out in theater makeup. Just so much theater makeup.
What, Desi, what was that will throw for also?
Sure, I could be professional.
Oh no, my wife is hot.
Oh no, my wife is on.
All right. You come on stage and introduce yourself in such a fashion, and all the goblins begin to take note. There is... I was gonna say, I would like 2 rolls from chat, and I'll pick the highest, please. So, Nelu, I'll count your 5 as the first one. Everybody else in chat, !D20, whoever gets it first is the next one, and I'll pick the highest of the 2 to see the general reception of the crowd. A 15! Not bad, not bad at all. Alright, we're getting some advantage rolls here thanks to that introduction. So, the crowd of goblins taking a note of this introduction, some of them begin to stand up on their little things. They're little benches. The little thing sounds like it leaves too much to the imagination. The benches. They all begin standing up on the benches, and they're like, "Oh my god!" Some of them are like, "Is that Snooty?" Like the annoying singing one, and like they're like some of them are like talking amongst each other, but they're all kind of like impressed with your introduction, and some of them are like floored with this. So, Dixie, you see Naffer is being used as the mount here. So will you be putting towards your illusionary efforts to try and make Naffer look as best of like the interpretation of the Bargeist as possible?
As far as what I'm aware of it, I believe.
All right.
Didn't last session I asked Desi like what it looked like?
Yes, you've been shown and educated on it, so you're not unaware, but
Okay.
everyone
It's probably not going to
here-
be perfect because I've never seen one.
Nobody here has, really. They haven't really seen like a proper Bargeist, but they're working off the best information they could transcribe. So you're basically going off of like try to make it look like the illustration you were shown, and then add some goblin sex appeal to it, which you're probably not greatly familiar with. So
Nah.
So in terms of that, I would like you to give me. I think this is where a magic roll would be the most necessary.
Magic roll, okay.
Yes. So let me look at
Arcana.
this- Yeah. Well,
I don't see one that just says magic.
no, I'm thinking Arcana might work, but actually occultism. Give me your occultism stat.
Oh, you're really outing me like this?
Yeah.
Don't
Well,
look at my
don't look at your modifier. What? We already found out you're a witch. Jesus, like it's fine.
I mean, I am wearing it on my head.
Yeah, it's a little broadcasty. All right, yeah, Naffer is holding up that illusion great. Okay, chat. This is the most important thing. I need another exclamation mark D20, and it needs to be low this time. You guys want a low roll because it is their attempt to see through any level of these illusions that are being projected. All right, a 12. It doesn't. I'll let you know a little secret. Dixie is so good at this shit that it would have.
My spell
required a
DC is 20.
Yeah. so don't. It's good. We fooled him. We got him. We got. Thanks, Nailu. All right. So moving forward to face the crowd. Snooty, is that about where you'll stay on stage, or do you want to be like even further close to the front?
No, because of height wise, this is probably the best part for the chief to be able to see her.
Yeah, and the stage they built isn't very tall to begin with. Like, it's pretty fucking, like, it's goblin.
I kind of figured, but also at the same time, to make sure every single goblin in this area can see her properly, this is probably the best bet, being right in the center stage.
Alright.
Theater kid.
As you emerge from the backstage and do this crazy introduction, the actors playing the goblins on stage all begin to, like, bow and worship you. And they're all just kind of like introducing you, they're not introducing you. They're playing off of your introduction. So now that you're out on stage and made your grand entrance, what is the next step, Snooty?
Give me one moment to just think of how I want to word this. So hold on one sec.
Sure.
So she looks at everyone within the audience, and she keeps her head up high, chin up a little bit to kind of show that she's better than everyone else, which she is so fucking nervous she knows she's not. And she looks across everyone and says,
Welcome to Sandpoint, my kingdom. These people have seen how good we can be, but know who to worship. I have become...
She thinks about it, because she has been rehearsing this in her head as queen. And I believe Desi said empress?
Mm-hmm.
And she stops and she goes,
I am Empress Snooty of the Goblins here in Sandpoint. We have been gifted 2 castles, of which we reside. As you can see, not only do I have the most handsome by people standards,
holds up Oleg's arm.
I also have the most handsome by ours.
Holds up Kevig's arm, and I really hope there's just like some female goblins in there going, "Wow!" just cheering for him or going, "Oh wow," and shit like that. It'd be fucking great.
You want the Owen Wilson of goblins in the fucking...
Yeah, exactly. And so she looks upon them to see if Wiggums and the chief will interrupt her at all, and she waits for a moment.
As you announce yourself in this way, you can see Wiggums, like, he looks up from the ground, and his like eyes go wide, and he looks like he's about to stand up and say something, but he stops. And he looks at you, and looks like he's just doing some really rapid thoughts in his head, and then looks at the chief and looks at you, and then just sits back down.
Oh.
The rest of the goblins, they look at this and they notice this. They're all whispering and talking to each other. I'll use Nelu's roll with the 19. Yes, there are definitely fangirling goblin ladies in the audience who are like, oh my god, what is that handsome thing that Snooty's riding? And oh my god, like, who's this, like... They're swooning over Kevig.
Oleg over here being like,
yeah.
Kevig over here is being like, I probably will get it. Goblin wife, let's go.
Yeah, he's looking happy. Like his expression is just like, I've never had, like, you can see there's a single tear running down his eye right now with like
I've never been so happy in my entire life.
Yeah. It's hard to make it out, but you can just hear him under his breath, just like, I would die for Empress Snooty. All right, so everyone, the initial reaction seems to be favorable on that front. So let me go ahead and change the tone of the music here. So now that you've done your grand introduction and made your thing, it seems like you're not meeting any resistance. The chief is, like, as soon as you came out on stage, the chief's eyes opened as well, and they're focused intently on you. More than you've ever seen them in like focused on anything. In all your time knowing Chief Belly Bloat, you've never seen Belly Bloat actually look at something like there was a huge intent there for more than like a couple of seconds. But now those eyes are on you.
Oh.
Yes.
And
right.
Okay then.
Go on. Yeah. So what is your next step here?
My next step is to I actually, instead of continuously sitting upon Naffer, she's going to stand. It is the same equal space, especially since he's a big guy regardless.
Yeah.
So she stands upon him to show off more of herself and look at everyone else, using Kevig and Oleg to keep her balanced.
Upon our arrival here, it was a rough patch. Learning, adapting. But as you can see, we have grown. In fact, due to the wonderfulness,
and she points to Chief Belly Bloat to show that she still sees him as such.
That is Chief Belly Bloat, my husband, to which we have yet to do a ceremony, and I hope we are able to do as such while you are here. I have also,
Oh, go on.
Before she continues,
I have also made friends with other goblin tribes.
and she points to the back of the stage to kind of announce Newt and Lizzie to come upon stage as diplomats
Okay.
to show a different type of goblin.
At this, one of the stagehands gestures to you, Newt, and like very awkwardly like pointing at your giant ass fucking snappy jaw,
Okay.
being like, "Get on stage." But a very important question for you, Newt: is Steve riding it with you, or is he offside?
Did they Unga Bunga Steve out too?
Yes. Steve has
Yeah,
been
yeah.
good.
He like I'll have him sit riding there, but he'll be holding like a bag or something with like some sort of offerings and stuff and in it, so he can come
Okay.
present it to her.
Desi, can you reposition yourself to wherever you want to be during all of this as well, whether it's there or
Yeah.
somewhere else?
No, actually, Steve won't ride it. He'll walk like to the side of it and kind of back.
All right.
But like but where they can see him while he's carrying this offering.
All right. So you enter stage atop your mighty snappy jaw, and Steve comes in beside you. I guess he'd probably come in like this so that there's a more of a height difference so that they can still see him entering. Now I'm gonna give a roll for Steve to see if he's a fuck up.
Impossible. You would
all
never.
right. Charisma roll, Steve. Oh boy.
He doesn't even have to talk. He just has to walk.
Yeah. So don't worry.
So as
Yeah.
can I describe how Newt enters though?
Yes, please. I'll get to Steve later.
Like basically she's like comes in riding out her hair. Yeah, she has like hair that's so long it just drags the ground. It's like
Mhm.
all worn up, like up on top with like bones and stuff sticking out of it, like as like an updo. And then she already has a like very tribal, but like basically just all like body, like actual like tribal paint on, and like with a big club. Well, she already has a big club, so her big club. And just like basically how she normally looks, but like more so.
Hell yeah. All right.
So,
So
what you're trying to tell me is that you've been holding out on us, and you were the American cheese of Newt, but now you're American cheese deluxe Newt.
Yes. And then the gator even has like paint and stuff, like a tribal paint and stuff on it. Like it's like, you know, very like basically exactly like you would expect if it was like for a ceremony.
Okay.
all right.
And when I come out, I'm gonna have like my head up and looking down at the crowd like proudly.
all right.
Bill, my wives are hot.
So you make your introduction, and for now, Steve is holding the bag of offerings, and he's very awkward about this whole thing. Like he looks out and sees all these goblins. He's never seen this many goblins in his short existence of a week thus far. So he starts getting stage fright, which is not obvious to anyone else at the moment. And he's just kind of holding the offering bag like deer in the headlights moment. But right now, Snooty, do you wait for Newt to do like an introduction of themselves, or do you further build up the scene?
I build up the scene a little bit more, and she clears her throat.
And so, this is Lady Newt, who has become more than just that here within Sandpoint. She is also a deputy.
Ooh. And she hopes that kind of gets the actors to do the ooh, to get the goblins to all go ooh.
Yeah, they do
shit
their
like that.
best. Hey, chat, can I get an exclamation mark D20? Oh, you're already on it, Faze. It's like it's slow going at first, but they're picking it up. So it's very disjointed and super not coordinated. But you are hearing the. Oh, go
Can
ahead,
I make
Nate.
a roll
A what?
when they don't pick it up? Can I make a skill like a roll when they don't pick it up immediately?
What kind of roll?
Newt's gonna turn and glare at them when they don't start apologize immediately.
Give me an intimidation roll, please. Stop it! Stop it!
Yes!
Stop
Yes!
it!
What the fuck? She can't keep getting with it.
This is like your 10th fucking nat 20 in these clutch moments of this fucking campaign. You don't roll that often. It's like you're starting to fucking get the your average is nat 20s. It's ridiculous.
She'll shoot them because she's coming out with their head up, very proud looking and riding this giant snappy jaw, and then as soon as they don't start clapping, she's gonna turn and glare at them.
Right? Can I
And
get
as the snappy jaw kind of rears up a little.
All right. That's I'm just gonna go ahead and say that does the trick with that infliction there. So you come out on stage looking impressive as hell and unga bunga as heck, and when they don't get the message, you just kind of and a bunch of the goblins are all like, ah, God damn it, Duddle. Thank you for the follow and gifting a sub to Little Miss Throat Goat. Good lord. As we continue onwards with this performance,
I don't like it.
so Snooty, that introduction is basically what you give. Is there any further follow-up you want to give before Newt does her thing, or did that work for you?
That works for me because at this point I've acknowledged who they are. And once we finish a lot of this, I will also acknowledge that they are my wife and then also point to Desi. So I'm going to wait for them to do their thing. They would like to kind of explain how they are a diplomat and whatnot and go from there.
All right, give me a performance roll with advantage, Snooty, for how well you introduced that whole spiel before Newt takes her time on the stage. All right, not bad, not bad. 19. I mean, it's up to you, though. You have advantage. Do you want to risk for a higher result, or will you take...
No, I'm just keeping that because that means you gotta realize I technically rolled a 10 there.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna happen again. I'll keep it.
We're definitely up a bullshit point, by the way. I forgot to make sure that was added. So thank you, everybody, for your contributions during the broadcast. A reminder, every sub, bit, and donation goes towards the pool of the Goblin Bullshit pool, which, is already quite high, but we always need more support for the project. So if you've got anything to spare, that'd be great. But otherwise, Snooty, with your 19, you do a fairly good job of impacting the group with the introduction, but now it really is up to Newt's time to shine. So, Newt, how do you carry yourself introducing yourself on stage, and what is the next thing you do as you come out here?
I kind of told you how she came out carrying herself. Once they stop clapping, she's gonna stand up on top the snappy jaw. So she's trying to really intimidate and look down at the crowd.
All right.
Because she's basically trying to look really important. That way, when it's revealed that she's married to Snooty, it's gonna raise Snooty's importance even more.
Oh, your intimidation check already assured that for sure. But
yeah,
yes, 100%.
And she's gonna just when they're clapping, she's gonna let out a really loud kind of grunt and just to do take her club and kind of do a silence swing. And just
go ahead.
Does it work?
Well, Dixie, do you want to do anything illusion-wise to aid this scene that you can think of?
I don't know what I would do. I don't know how illusions could really help this.
You're currently still sustaining a very effective illusion on Naffer, but like other stage assisting illusions you could put in. Basically, I'm just asking if you have any extra flash you want to add to Newt's attempt, or if you're just going to continue focusing on keeping Naffer appealing.
I'm just gonna give a yellow glisten to her teeth as she smiles.
Oh hell yeah, like a golden glow.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. That's a fairly
Untouchable.
minor element. Yes, I think that will help get the point across without risking any of the stability of your current illusionary efforts. So that is a fair little illusionary addition there that will help in the process. So Newt, you're kind of like waving your club around and getting them to shut the fuck up, basically. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, real quick, did we ever come up with what my tribe's name was?
No.
Okay.
It could be called the Snappy Jaw.
It probably will be something with that. Okay. Sorry. Continue.
I mean, you can come up with it now today if you'd like, or we can.
Yeah. I'll probably just come up with it.
All right. So you've kind of intimidated them into submission upon the back of your previous intimidation roll. So you're definitely creating this greater air of looking quite impressive. And the goblins have. They're now down to a low buzz of like whispers and like, oh my god, blah 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 kind of thing. So how do you deliver your submission to Empress Snooty?
I, Newt of the Snappy Jaw tribe.
Newt doesn't actually. That's not actually her tribe's name. She's just thought it would go better with the Snappy Jaw. Her tribe's name is actually the Muck Doctors, but that doesn't sound as cool.
Muck Doctors, yeah. I love it. That's great. Official.
But she didn't think that would come across as intimidating enough.
You know?
I, Newt of the Snappy Jaw tribe, am a great warrior of my tribe. And I was sent here because I heard of the Grand Snooty. And they sent me here to bring offerings towards the great Empress Snooty. I brought...
Signal Steve.
Okay. So what do you say? As he's kind of like he's very like zoned out. Like he's not looking at anywhere in particular other than just at the massive goblins and doesn't notice you. So how do you try to get his attention first of all?
Servant Steve.
I'll roll to see if he can pass his will save to overcome. No, he seems pretty locked in that stage fright.
What did they gather up for like the offering, the actors and stuff?
Well, you can either tell me what you think should be in there, or I can tell you what was good.
Newt just told them to grab like rare shiny things.
All right, so it's basically a bunch of stage jewelry.
Okay.
And a couple of like gold coins and stuff tossed in there for good luck.
I'm gonna roll a. If I want to make it look like I hit Steve, but don't actually hit Steve, just kind of tap him. Would that be deception or would that be performance?
Are you the one hitting him?
Yes.
I mean that would be holding your strength back, so I think that would be in athletics. I'll give you. Do you want to keep that roll?
One push and go.
Okay. Wow. All right.
I either roll 20s or I roll the same number twice.
Congrats, Desi. Somehow you've healed your injury from earlier.
Alright, so does that mean I just actually hit Steve?
yeah, you smack him. It's pretty like you don't really realize your own strength at the time, and you give him like, are you hitting him with the club that you have?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna give him a fortitude. All right, he stumbles forwards, taking a little bit of a bludgeoning smack to the back of the head, which actually hurts him. But he's now very aware. He's like, ah! And all the goblins in the front row laugh.
Newt facing him is gonna make like a concerned face, like and like mouth like sorry, but then be like, "Servant Steve, deliver!" and point like towards Snooty.
All right, I'm gonna give Steve an intelligence roll with disadvantage because of his situation. So we're gonna roll with misfortune. All right. So the worst doesn't happen, but he definitely... So what he does is he looks at Snooty and, like, is having a panic moment, and he just hucks the bag, like, about this far down to the feet of the thing that you're... of Naffer. And he just goes... and just runs off stage behind stage.
Newt's gonna turn towards the audience and be like,
You know how it is when you take goblins from tribes you've conquered.
and I figured that that's something they at least can kind of get.
Yep, no, they, can I get an audience joke getting roll, please? It's exclamation mark D20. Just a general. Oh, wow, they really got that joke.
Really resonating with the crowd there. Good going.
Yeah, they're like clapping, and like some of them are like nodding at each other, like I know how that is, even though they fucking they're just fucking beyond goblins. So yeah, you go ahead, Newt.
But that isn't even the greatest gift that was sent.
Turn to Snooty to see if Snooty wants to be the one to deliver the next part.
Alright, Snooty.
Or if Newt should be the one to say that they're
Snoot.
She kind of catches the hint. And she points to Newt, and then she points off stage to get Desi's attention.
Not only did they show up here to show how much they want to devote themselves, they have become my concubines. Not just them, but...
She points off to Desi and kind of like does like a little tap on the badge and goes, "Desi, get up here. Desi, get on the stage. Desi."
Gonna look for a minute. She's been watching this whole time, but she's gonna have a moment where basically her brain blanks and she just realizes that she's being called on stage, which, you know, is fine. But she didn't dress up and she worked all night and she's gonna have like a moment of panic before she just really awkwardly walks on stage.
Right, can you go ahead and act that out for us with your token there, Desi?
Yeah, I could do that.
You're cutting out a bit.
Yeah. No. I'm here now. Yeah.
Newt's gonna offer her hand to pull Desi up on the gator. And, like, lift her up so she's not just down on all the normal goblin level.
All I heard was, "Do you trust me?"
I can show you the swamp.
I can show you the snappy jaw.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Both your wives are now Snappy Jaw mounted. What do you do next, Snooty?
She goes and shows everyone and kind of is like, display, these are my wives, right? And she goes,
Since coming to Sandpoint, a lot of things did change. But to show how much they worship and adore us here, we were allowed to marry, allowed to be here in town with no fear. And they have given us a gift as well.
points to Oleg.
Oleg
And then
looks a little
points-
confused.
As kind of like it's her basically saying that he is also one, but without actually saying it.
Gotcha.
So he doesn't fuck up.
What fucking power move?
And then points to Kevig and goes,
And this
kind of like pulls Kevig, like uses her arm and kind of tugs him a little forward.
is a gift to the females.
What a power move!
To show how much we care about the Suck Frog tribe. To help with the new baby pits here.
Oh,
Says that in Goblin. Says that in Goblin. Does not say that in Common.
You're gonna kill the man! This guy's gonna die of the smile on his face!
Death
He's
by
gonna die.
snoo,
Snoo, snoo.
Death by
Bye,
snoo,
snoo,
snoo.
snoo.
Stu.
he doesn't know what you said, but he doesn't care because he's too enamored with like being put on stage, and like some of the female goblins in the crowd are just like, ah! Like they're saying some things in Goblin that would make like the kind of people who heckle at strip clubs feel bad about themselves.
Yo! What the
As I have shown you my powers and what I have here within town of this town of Sandpoint.
Points to Wiggums. Points to Chief Bellyblow.
If there is any questions that you have, we can answer them right here and now.
Wiggums looks like he looks confused about all of this. Like you can tell that he looks like he's his you've been watching him, Desi, as well, and Snooty, you've been looking over and seeing his reactions. And he stops for a minute, and Wiggums just kind of claps his hands together. And he says, like, he thinks a little bit as he's doing so, and then he just claps his hands together and stands up on the thing that basically Chief Bellybloat is sitting in. And Wiggums addresses the Suck Frogs. And he thinks for a minute as he tries to get their attention, and suddenly there's like this awkward pause in the performance. And Wiggums, I'm going to put him up on screen. He is going to do this. Boop, boop, boop. Go up on screen so that everybody sees him. And he's going to get up on stage. And there's going to be a bit of an awkward pause. He's going to climb up on the front of stage and basically just like scrabble himself up there. I'm gonna do a roll for him to see how well he does it. I'll give him a little. Where's his? Oh, okay. I'll do a roll. He's not too bad at climbing, but he's not like All right. He struggles a little bit with it, but hauls himself up on stage, and he turns around to address the Suck Frogs. And suddenly there's a lot of quiet. Like the goblins are like, "Oh, like drama." Like they're kind of addressing it like that. And Wiggums looks at the chief, like he looks almost confused a little bit, but then decides, all right, that's where I'm going. And he struts the stage, and he looks at Snooty for a brief moment, and he takes his wig off, and he bows to you, Snooty.
Hey yo!
I have to change his name to Wig Off now.
Amazing.
He puts the wig back on his head and he turns around to address the goblins. And he says, Wiggums could not be more proud this day, not only because Chief Bellybloat knew in his infinite wisdom that this goblin, pointing behind him to Snooty, would be the greatest of us all. So much so that he offered her his hand in marriage. But he knew that when the time was right, she, Snooty, Empress of Goblins, would truly be the one to lead us all. He adjusts his shirt and just kind of like moves his body a little bit and says, It is true, there wasn't time to officiate an actual ceremony between Chief Bellybloat and Snooty. Gives another bow to you. But after speaking with the chief, we believe it is best not only for the chief to bond himself in an alliance with Snooty, but to bow to her unflinching authority as the greatest of the goblins.
Oh!
He looks out at the goblins and they're all confused and they're all whispering and he says, Chief, if you please. And Bellybloat, for the first time you've ever seen him, gets out of his chair.
Oh my god. This is
Yeah, roll an athletics roll.
I just want you to know the moment that you said that, Snooty just had like stars in her eyes going like
Yeah, no, you make a good point on that one actually about the roll because technically
You can make me roll for stupid
you're
shit.
pretty fat.
He is pretty fat. I also hear he never stands up, so those leg muscles probably not too great.
He stands up and does a fair job of looking intimidating getting up out of his chair, and the goblins are all whispering to each other, and the chief goes to climb up on the stage, and his movements like falter. Like his body looks like it's kind of giving up on him a little bit. And taking a close look, you can see that the chief levitates onto the stage. Just for the briefest amount of height before he comes to a bit of a stop. Can I get perception rolls from everyone in the party, please?
I mean, levitating's not that impressive.
What are we rolling
just
again?
want
Perception.
rolls. General perception rolls, please. Alright, cool.
I'm sorry,
Newt,
Snooty.
Dixie, you kind of you don't have any love for this this double lard. So you're like watching from above. The two of you, Desi and Dixie and Newt, all of you notice this quite clearly. Unless Snooty, you want to goblin bullshit go it, but otherwise.
Oh no, she's like off, just like in full awe that he even got up. So this is perfect.
Yeah. So you're a little too enamored with it, but there is a strange flash in his eyes and the movement of his body that's like a little red pulse that moves across his body as he floats up onto the stage and comes to settle next to Wiggums. And now he's standing. It's for the briefest of moments, it is a change in his language and a change of everything you can see about him. But to Newt and Dixie especially, because of your innate magical senses, something felt very off there. There was an energy that was similar to something you felt before, but different in its approach. And as Chief Bellybloat comes to a stop on the stage, he looks at Wiggums, he steps 2 steps forwards, and takes a knee in front of you, Snooty.
Can I make a roll to see if I can put my place where I've seen that before, or?
Sure. If Dixie and Newt, you can both give me occult rolls if you'd like.
Occult? Like it's okay. Wow.
Actually, nature could technically apply to you here, Newt. So you
Well,
can.
Let me know, because one's a negative
Yes.
2 and one's
Yeah,
a
you
plus
go
10.
ahead. Do the nature roll. Do
Okay.
the nature roll. Technically, due to the intent of it. Yes. All right.
All right.
From the perspectives that you both share, Dixie, you want to being a little bit more analytical and kind of like a student of magic, and Newt, you having a natural sense. The two of you recognize a feeling that is
More than a feeling.
reaching out with your magical senses and using your abilities to detect it. It leaves a whiff of brimstone. You feel a very strong demonic influence on this.
Can I, when I realize that, can I jump in front of Snooty?
Yeah, sure, if you want to.
Alright.
I won't press any buttons, but I'll just bring the detonator to my hands.
All right. Are you gonna move Are you gonna move Lizzie in front of Snooty, or are you gonna?
Yeah.
All right. So at about the same time, simultaneously, when you move in front of Snooty, with Desi, you don't know particularly the feeling associated with this, but you can tell because of Newt's reaction, something is like what you've suspected all along. There's something wrong with this big fat goblin, and it's never been sitting right with you ever since the start. And it's very obvious at this stage that the reactions you're seeing from Newt are very copacetic with her understanding that there's something off in this whole process. But as you move to interject, that's about the same time when the chief takes a knee. Snooty, how do you want to react to this, like, defensive movement as well?
For a moment, she's gonna look taken aback, but because she trusts her wives quite a bit, she is going to attempt to see this as nothing wrong. That this is them being good, so then that way the other goblins don't get the wrong idea. She's still trying to portray the Empress, Queen of Goblins act as well.
Alright, so Snooty, you're just gonna try to keep up an air of authority, like, oh yeah, I know what's going on.
Yes.
Alright, give me a performance roll to see how well you don't show you that you're flinching in the face of this. Hey, there you go. You're holding that line pretty good.
Let's go.
As Belly Bloat takes to his knee in front of you, like leaning down and basically giving you the whole what's the word I'm looking for? He bends the knee, basically, is what it equates to.
Jon Snow.
Wiggums bows in tandem with the chief and walks over and pretends like he's like listening to the chief talking, but the chief isn't even moving his mouth at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And Wiggums just kind of stands up and he says, "It would be the chief's honor," like turning to look at all the goblins, "to bind together in a holy unification to signify the Suckfrog tribe and the kingdom." Turns to look at you, Snooty. Of what exactly?
You just tell me when my action takes place, and then I'll act.
Are you going to attack?
Oh, Newt's gonna say something as they step in between.
Okay, go ahead.
Newt's gonna like basically get the gator, like it's gonna, you know, like when they're like angry and their mouth's open and hissing.
Mm-hmm.
That. I assume the can Lizzie sense anything?
Lizzie's a big dumb gator.
Yeah, but
Well,
you know, animals
they'll-
and demonic things.
When you command them to
yeah.
do something, they will. But like,
Yeah,
right
no,
now-
I mean, I didn't know if like she acted weird towards like, you know, kind of like in movies when dogs freak out when there's like a possessed or a demonic thing.
I don't think Gators are pretty lethargic about a lot of things, so I think Lizzie's more just following your commands.
How dare you? How dare you?
Yeah.
You just talk
Brayden?
talk down to Lizzie like that?
I'm not
he's
talking
not.
down to Lizzie.
That's fucked up.
Lizzie doesn't have the same. They don't
Fucked up, it's
express
like how you
things
talk
in the
about
same way
Julie,
that a dog does.
now Lizzie.
I
can't
know.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! Do you want it to be a dog? Because we could just say that Lizzie acts more like a dog instead of an actual reptile.
Oh my god, that would be amazing. This is Gator like prancing around excited, fetching a fucking bone.
Well, I think it's alligators and snakes that are the most affectionate.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Luke's gonna step in between and the Gator hissing and be like, "Stop!
Not a step closer.
While like pointing the club at the chief.
All right. So, do you, Desi? Do you do anything from atop the snappy jar, or do you just wait?
I'm confused, but I also know that they're doing a bit, or at least I think they're doing a bit.
Alright, if no one else says anything,
Hold
it's
on.
gonna be like,
Let me check
okay.
in. Dixie, anything you want to do in this moment, or are you just waiting to see what happens?
I am in awe that, like, clearly I feel like I know what's going on, but I am just in absolute awe, like, looking down at Newt, this person who has done nothing but be a dumb little idiot this entire fucking time, just immediately understand the severity of the situation and immediately take steps to change it. So I'm just sitting up there completely dumbfounded, lost for words.
That was the most Dixie-like compliment I have ever heard anybody get. like, no joke. Like, I'm just sitting here just being like, yo? What?
Alright.
Ba-
Snooty,
Base Dixie?
Snooty, what about you? This is confusing, but are you gonna just keep trying to go with the performance, or are you gonna break character and be like, "New, what the fuck"?
I'm going to look at Newt and in an authoritarian kind of way, being like,
Newt, tell everyone your findings in this matter. I trust my wives greatly with what they have to say.
in kind of a way of being like, this is how I'm gonna find out what's happening and also be an authority figure.
Alright, good call, good call. That's a good way to handle it. Alright, Newt, what do you say?
This one reeks of brimstone. Dun dun dun!
That's all in character, by the way.
So, there's a lot of confused looks from the goblins in the audience. They don't seem bothered by this statement. But the people on the wall, the mood has shifted.
This one is being controlled by someone else.
There is a bit of a conversation like happening behind you on the wall between folks, and Wiggums is like a little like his appearance as he turns around to look at you, his eyebrow raises and he looks a little panicky, and he just doesn't know where to go with this at the moment. And he kind of goes, "What do you mean?"
Look, I may not be the smartest gobbo, but I did come from a tribe of witch doctors. So I know nature and unnatural, and he has not the nature, he has the unnatural.
Wiggums is panicking, like not really sure where to take this thing, and looks like there's more like shouting in his head almost, and he looks like he's faltering on it, and he doesn't really know how to process this at the moment, or what to say in this encounter. So he just kind of looks at you and says, "Well, What is it you accuse Chief Bellybloat of?
Newt's gonna walk, like, as the gator's sitting there with its mouth open, hissing, gonna walk all the way up its snoot to the tip of its nose and jump off in front of Bellybloat. And just be like, "Don't you have anything to say?" And then poke him in the belly.
Can I get a roll from chat? I need a tiebreaker here. Exclamation mark D20. Okay. Cool. There is a moment where the chief looks look all right. Wiggums steps forwards and is like about to say something or interfere, and then he just like he looks panicky and he looks at the chief, and you just hear him like he's having a conversation with the thin air, and he says, "It's not time. It's not finished. It's but no, it's not." And then the chief's arm, almost puppeted by a force that is not their actual reflexes, just backhands Wiggums off the stage. And as he eats shit off the edge of the stage into a pile, just kind of the chief, the fat, lumpy, misshapen, massive goblin that has been recorded as having consumed other goblins, to those effects, begins to kind of morph in front of you. It begins to turn lumpy in places that it shouldn't be, and the eye of the chief begins to expand outwards, and it looks like they're boiling from within. So, Newt, what do you want to do about this?
Newt's gonna cast Protector Tree next to Snooty.
Alright, and then do what with yourself?
And then, Lizzie and me will back up to like a safe distance next to the tree.
Alright.
I'm getting ready to defend.
You're stepping back?
Well, Lizzie's gonna be to the side of Snooty. I'm gonna stand in front of Snooty.
Alright. The supporting actors have escaped to the backstage. They're like, okay, fuck this, I didn't sign up for whatever this is. So you're using the protector tree to erupt it through, like, the stage, essentially?
Yeah. To have it help in case he tries to do something towards Snooty.
Alright. So Oleg is going to step back as well, but, like, stay within, like, the area of where Snooty is, and while this is happening and the chief looks like he's, like, morphing and warping, Kevig is also gonna be like, He's gonna think about it, and he's just gonna stand behind Snooty, trying to look like he's there to, like, protect, but also very clearly like, fuck, I don't want to be on the front line of this. So as the chief is, like, warping and doing all this kind of shit, does anyone want to do anything, like, immediately before whatever happens next happens?
Newt will look to Snooty to see if Snooty gives a order.
Snooty looks at the situation, is kind of a little freaked about it, and holds her hand out, kind of in a moment of,
All goblins, lie underneath your seats. We don't know what is going on, but we will make sure you are all safe.
Can I get a D20 from chat to see if they understand the severity of the statement at all? Alright, some of them do. The majority of them are just, like, really curious, so they're not, like, disappearing under things, but... So anyone else? Last call, immediate action, otherwise...
I want to look over at Desi holding the detonator in my hand.
Alright.
I'm gonna do a head shake. I'm gonna do a no, don't do that.
All right.
So,
Yeah, Snooty.
to make all of them listen, I pull out the air repeater.
Okay. So I pulled out my gun.
That's when I
And
reach
it
for my
has
revolver.
nothing in it because I have no ammo for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to basically shoot it as a warning for everybody to get fucking underneath their seats.
All right.
And I'm
Another
shooting
roll-
it up in the air.
Another roll from chat, please! Exclamation mark D20 to see how well it makes an effective statement. Oh, much better. They're like, gun! Let me get under the fucking.
I said, get under your seats.
All right, so you pull out a gun and tell them all to get into the seats. The goblins, a lot of them just flip over the a good majority of them have taken the initiative watching others who did the same, and it's kind of like spreading. They're flipping the benches over to use as like barricades. So they flip them over and get behind it and are like looking in the direction of the stage still, many of them peeking up over the edge. But they've like taken cover essentially. And Wiggum's on the ground looking like he looks a little dejected and stands up and looks kind of horrified as he's like stepping backwards. And up on the stage, you can see the any last calls for things from you, Newt. Otherwise, or are you good?
Newt's gonna give like a can I hit him look to Snooty.
I think Snooty's a little bit would probably be too focused to see that, but it's up to you, Snooty. What do you say?
She is a little too focused to see that, sadly.
All right, hold on,
She has a gun in hand, so...
Hold on, I got... Newt wants to do a heckin' protect. She's not sure what to do.
Desi, what about you? Any actions, or
Yeah.
what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Actually, no, it probably...
Sorry, go ahead.
Would Newt trying to decide to attack or not, would that be an intelligence roll or what?
Well, I would say willpower to see if you can decide to. But it's your call. Like, are you trying to resist the urge to impulsively act?
Alright, you know what?
Wormies! Oh no.
Alright, Desi, what about you?
I'm gonna ghost charge that man in the face.
You're gonna what? Oh, throw one of your ghost charges.
Yeah, because it does positive damage, and I don't know if that works against what I think it is. But, you know.
Of course.
I have a very loose sense of the supernatural. If it's spooky, throw salt at it. And holy water. And shrapnel.
Alright.
You know?
Yeah, no, that'll help with something, for sure. So you're gonna throw your charge at it. You're gonna do Worm's Repast at Chief Belly Bloat.
Mm-hmm.
I can guarantee you that the Fortitude saving throw is an automatic fail. And you throwing the explosive for you as well will just hit, like, with... So, is there any specific stats to that, by the way?
Which ones?
For your charge.
Oh, I mean... It just does 2d8 positive damage and 2 positive splash damage.
Alright, yeah, fair enough. So, you squirmy wormy the chief, which immediately erupts into like all these worms coming out of them. I can save you the trouble. You don't need to roll damage unless you really feel like hitting that button.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah?
So it doesn't take any damage?
No. You can go ahead and roll damage if you want, Newt, for it. It'll count as an automatic critical success. like a critical failure for them, basically. So you can roll it.
Oh, it just doesn't do the fortitude part, extra fortitude part of it. Just the
Oh no,
damage.
it's an automatic critical failure on the fortitude save. So you can go
Oh.
ahead and roll the damage and then double it.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, that is totally fair. So the initial throw, like, you start, squirmy wormy, the chief erupts in these worms that, like, come out of his face and his body and everything from your spell cast. It just automatically just impacts this huge eruption of worming nasty flesh, and the chief's body just, like, warps and fluctuates and just looks absolutely fucking horrific. And it's about this same time, Desi, that you throw the charge into the chief, that what was going to initially happen is expedited in a way that is quite flashy. So instead of an emergence, it is an eruption. The chief's flesh is sent everywhere like an absolute fucking confetti shower of goblin blood and skin. This detonation mixed with the already structural integrity of this creature, there is an after effect of your charge going off that does create a bit of an impact with that damage to what is underneath as well, Desi. But the majority of what seems to be in place from this impact is... You know what, chat? Give me an exclamation mark D20 to see how well things worked out on a completely random chance level, because I can't... There's no stats that would affect this, just basically, like, random chance. So somebody give me an exclamation mark D20. Ah, unfortunate. Unless, Desi, you'd like to call for a goblin bullshit point.
Goblin bullshitical.
Alright. Oh, nice. You have a rotten chicken egg for a snack.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And that's a 2 again. Nice. Excellent.
Nice, nice. You know, that was... Who the fuck is rolling these?
Alright. Alright. 1 second.
Oh my god.
Let me change some tunes here. I think this is probably going to work. Sure, we'll stick with this for now. So, watching as the chief kind of disintegrates and explodes everywhere with the combination of this detonating element of his upper body becoming essentially goblin flesh confetti, and the lower body kind of degrading and wearing away. This incredibly sizable goblin, who always has appeared to look like he had swallowed a fair number of them, basically erupts into this shower of gore. And as you all kind of go backwards, the tree shields you all from a fair bit of it, as best it can, but many of you are covered in flecks of what remains of the chief. Belly Bloat just becomes this absolute... how do I describe... You know when... You know when you're cooking like a meat pie in the microwave and it explodes and it just leaves this like open kind of bubbling pit?
Oh god, it's the bathroom after Taco Bell.
So my husband just dies in front of me. That's
Yes,
cool.
yes,
This totally
yes.
hasn't happened to me before. Another RP. Continue.
Yeah, that's hype as shit.
The chief has detonated. He is no longer long for this world, and in his place there is... Where is the best thing I can do to represent this? Sure, we'll use that for now. Belly Bloat is gone. There is the remnants of his legs and lower half that is essentially all that is the same. Otherwise, he's just basically turned the front row of all these goblins into the splash zone, along with the majority of the stage. And the worms are sent everywhere from your attack, Nude. And inside this remnant of the chief, you can see what appears to be an arm of sorts. It seems disproportionate to what it is attached to. but the thing inside writhes in pain as it's currently trying to push its way outwards from the residual effects of the detonation of the charge. And as you look forwards and see this thing like pulling itself out, before anyone has the opportunity to act on kill it with fire impulses, the the remnants of the interior of this oversized goblin are basically turned into further fountains of blood as it just erupts. It is very obvious that there's more blood than was actually in this goblin being used to kind of wash a tide forward in front of you all, to kind of knock you off of your game. So the chief has basically turned into an onrushing wave of blood that seems to be coming from more than just within the goblin, remnants of the goblin itself. So can I get reflex saving throws for everybody who wants to stay on their feet?
I'm on an alligator.
I was about to ask, if I'm on top of the
I get
wall...
to tip a gator.
Except for Dixie.
How tall is the wave of blood?
It's about 10 feet.
Damn.
10 feet tall?
Yeah,
That's like period.
this is like a oh god. This is like a magical onrushing wave of blood that is coming out of this thing. Like it's very obvious that this is some kind of spell cast.
And you said a reflex?
Yes. And I will do reflex saving throws for everyone else. Do you wish to goblin bullshit go that, Newt?
Come on, bullshit, go! I'm just gonna roll the same thing. Oh, okay.
Alright, 262. Let's see what Newt gets. Nice! You're like fucking Newt the Hedgehog right now.
Nemesis in front of me.
Oh, goddamn. Stupid internet.
You bring up Honey's nemesis
No,
in front of her salad.
My internet shit itself.
I know.
Briefly there.
Yeah,
So
we're aware.
got it. I'm gonna roll for Naffer to hold his own as the mount, essentially, in this situation. Nope. We'll roll for Oleg. Alright, he manages to stand his ground, but Snooty, you have a choice to make. Are you gonna allow your mount to be swept out from underneath you and jump to Oleg? Or are you gonna just, like, ride the tide where Naffer ends up?
Well, with what I rolled, 25. I'm sorry. With what I rolled, she's gonna try her best to stay looking as cool as possible, seeing what happens. So if that means that she falls forward, she hopes that Oleg catches her, so that way her feet do not get dirtied upon the ground, as a proper empress should not.
Alright, fair enough. So you transfer to Oleg, who is standing strong. Naffer into the back. Kevig also to the back. Everyone else, well, I guess Lizzie has to kind of, like... Lizzie's pretty squat and low to the ground and used to dealing with onrushes of water, so I think they would have advantage on this as well. Well, I don't even need to roll the second one. So
I just want to know how the last time you saw alligator tipping. That's what I want to hear. I want some scientific proof. Never mind. This beat is disruptive. Go ahead.
Alright. So after the initial onrush of the wave, you can see that the creature that came from within this unpleasant husk of a dead goblin, as the stage has basically been turned into, Evil Dead the Musical at this point. The, you can see there is a figure now hovering a bit a ways in the air. Like they've... and Dixie, the only reason I mention this is because, to you, before I elaborate, is you're in a prime position to see this unfold without taking any disruptive effect. So you see what looks to be almost like a woman who looks like she's not quite the size of a normal human being, but definitely not the size of a goblin, who is very clearly green-skinned, but looks like she's a mesh of, like, human and goblinoid. And she has one large red arm. And her arm, like, hanging at her side as she basically erupts with that blood out of this creature and into the air, and unfurls these rather nasty-looking wings. And she looks like she's hovering a little bit above everybody, and before everyone else can act, you watch this ascent. So do you have anything you want to do as she basically just erupts herself out of this creature?
Question 1, do I recognize her? Is she
Um,
somebody that I might know?
no, there's
Okay.
no way you literally wouldn't know this woman.
Okay. You said she's trying to, like, fly up, right?
She used the momentum of the spell cast to launch herself upwards, so she's about 20 feet in the air at this junction when I'm asking you to respond, but she's...
How tall is this wall at?
I would probably say a good 30 feet.
Do you think I could, like, yeet myself off onto her?
What?
The distance you would need to clear in that jump, do you have any magical means of propelling yourself?
Illusions and bullshit.
You
I could illusionary creature, like, ride on, like, a winged creature.
I don't know if the illusionary creatures count as being solid. Let me look at your spell. Alright, illusionary...
Feels believable to the touch.
If the illusionary creature is mental, blah 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 blah. Any creature that touches the image or uses the seek action to examine it, blah blah blah. Well, this is a real awkward question, because it's like, you know it's
This
an
feels
illusion.
to the touch.
It generates an appropriate sound, smell, and feels believable to the touch. Feels believable is not the same as is a solid object.
Ah.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to rule that it is not going to serve that purpose, I'm afraid.
Alright, fine. I'll just do the thing. Wait, whoa, that was not the right roll.
No. Just like,
Wait,
oh
hold
yeah,
on, wait, no.
guaranteed hit.
Guaranteed hit, 25 damage.
Alright. I'll give a reflex saving throw. I'm just gonna roll it because I don't have the profile completed on this. Alright. So that is not going to function at that stage. However, it's like a 20 to like beat your roll, right?
20
The
spell
reflex.
DC, yeah?
Yeah, the reflex saving throw has to be like a 20 to save.
Save DC 20 basic reflex. Yeah, that's DC 20.
Yeah, so go ahead and give me a damage roll then.
A proper damage roll, a real one this time. Oh, it's the same.
Wow. 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 Okay. That's amazing. How did that... And those are all different number results, too, off of 4 dice. Alright. Fucking insert...
It's pretty average. It's, like, right through the middle.
Insert
We'll
tool
take
time
25.
noise here. Ooh.
Ooh?
Yeah. So this creature, as it unfurls, already steaming from what appears to be shards of holy impact. Yes, there we go.
Fuck.
Thank you. Makes its way in airborne, and you strike it with that electric bolt, and this thing goes flying backwards as a result of it over the general assembly of the goblins. So now, as the rest of you have come to your senses, this creature, now moving very quickly, instead of deciding to sit and postulate or create any actions or say anything, after already taking 2, like, blasts of energy, basically is now just hauling ass with its wings out into the forest. So does anyone else want to do anything in the vein of trying to hit it or shoot at it or any
How
magical
far-
abilities?
When I can act, how far away is it?
Probably about the time where you could use anything to any effect is like it's about midway over the assembled goblins.
What's the distance?
For that, to you would be about 60 feet.
Hmm. It's high enough above the goblins that if I did a cone attack, it wouldn't hit the goblins, or it would?
What are you using?
No, wait, you said 60. Nah, I'd be slightly too short. Oh well. My cone would only be 40. Never mind. Okay, yep, there's nothing I can do.
Oh yeah, you've got a lot of fucking AoE attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Alright.
How
What about
far
you,
away
Debbie?
from me is it?
I
It's
also
the
have
same-
widen spell
60.
that adds 10.
It's about 60 feet away?
Yes.
No.
Okay, let me check something.
What were you saying, Nate?
Oh, I also have widen
Excellent.
spell to make my cone attacks have more distance.
What does it
And
do?
wider.
How much does it add?
On my 30 cone, it adds 10 more, so it's a 40 cone.
What did I just...
Uh,
Oh. Weird.
what are you doing, Dazzy?
I clicked on my crossbow, but I clicked the wrong button. So it did like drop dead. I'm gonna whip out my alchemical crossbow. And I'm gonna shoot that bitch.
Alright, go ahead.
Hey. Meow.
Alright, that's gonna hit.
Neat.
Go ahead, do your damage.
Do my damage. Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. You're supposed to do a spell.
Pardon?
Uses one of my minor bombs. So it basically takes one of my minor bombs and then rolls damage for it.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a crossbow, but I load a thing in it. I just don't know how to make Forge
Oh, okay, so
do the
use-
thing.
Use the bomb then, and just do the damage from it.
Okay, it's still a crossbow bolt though. It just has an explosive tip on it.
Yeah, but it.
But I can only put a little bomb on it, so I'll just do
But it
the
would do the same
damage.
effect as the bomb.
Yeah. It would, yeah. So, wait, nope. I gotta do this one. You know what? Why am I? There we go. Sorry. Oh, gotcha. Because I forgot we rested, so I didn't reset my spells. 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna do this really quick because I fucked up.
No worries. As that's going on, can I get an exclamation mark D20 from chat to see how well the guards on the wall responded all to this?
I'll just slap that button real quick. And then we'll just do...
Right, cool. That's a 1. They're dumbfounded. They're like, what in the ever-loving fuck is going on here? None of them... For those of them with bows at the ready to even be of any use in this experience, none of them are smart enough to, like, take an act on it, because they're just like,
Okay.
did a woman just explode out of that fat goblin?
Wait. Wrong one. Ugh. We'll just do damage.
How many fell
Okay.
off the wall? Yeah, with the 1.
Alright. There you go. It's supposed to be acid, but I panicked.
Oh, so it's acid then.
Yeah, it's just acid damage.
Okay, cool. So then we'll equate that to the 7 acid damage along with the impact of the bolt itself. So it still does a fair bit. So this creature, which is already reeling from taking a blast of electrical, like, call down and reeling from holy impact, is just, like, trying desperately to escape into the air. It's screeching and hurling unholy obscenities. And you fire off this acid and it smashes into it. Can I get an exclamation mark D20 from chat to see if that affects the wings at all to a huge degree as well? Like if these attacks overall have caused this thing to lose its capability to stay airborne. It's definitely slowed, dropping to the closer to the ground. This creature that is making its escape is now unless Snooty, you wanted to. I assume you're just a little too what the fuck, or do you want to immediately lower your air pistol? Or I guess it doesn't have anything in it to fire though.
It has nothing in it, so that shit's put away, and she's just gonna let her wives handle this because she's like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?"
All right. So as the creature dips, it still continues to push forwards, but at a slower pace. It doesn't crash into the ground, but it definitely strikes some of the trees as it's escaping. Dixie, you have a range of only 60 feet. So you...
For sudden bolt, yeah.
Yeah, I'll allow you to make one last sudden bolt attempt at that barrage of the 60 feet distance if you'd like.
I'll do it. And cast it again?
Yep. So now I do the reflex saving throw for the creature. Alright, that time it narrowly manages to dodge out of the way and dip further over the tree line, excuse me, before kind of screeching into the air and flying off. Unless anyone else has any last-ditch attempts at doing the range I would say is 120 feet minimum, or max, or yeah, you'd need 120 feet minimum to whatever the next thing is you try to do.
Okay. How does... It's not telling me what the max range of my crossbow is.
Let me look at your inventory.
Oh, would it be my okay. I was looking at the attack.
Oh, the range of your alchemical crossbow is 30 feet.
Oh, well, I did not do that then. It's a range increment of 30 feet. Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
Wait.
It
Oh.
says the addition of the
I would have
bracket
taken...
serves reducing its
I would
range
have...
to 30 feet.
Yeah, I would have taken a negative to hit because it was technically 60.
Yeah.
So I would have taken a negative. As I rolled a 28, I don't know if it a 20 still hit. I think it's -4 for shooting outside of your...
It's all right. It's already come to pass, so we'll just
Okay.
let the impact happen. But yeah.
Don't worry. Newt just really, really believed that she could hit with her crossbow.
Oh my god!
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess unless anyone has any other things aside from Dixie, you're using message to say fuck you to the creature.
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything else I can reach, so...
Alright. Last call for any attempts to bring this thing down as it flies off into the distance, enraged and heavily damaged.
Oh wait, actually there is something I can do.
What?
I know what I can do.
What?
Go get him!
I'm using my cantrip deck.
I'm gonna summon. Can chat roll to see if it can be heightened by Newt's?
Sure. Give me an exclamation mark D20 chat to see how well Summon Fae is used by Newt with her wild magic rules that we have for her. 15, not bad, not bad. What else was everyone else's ideas? Desi, what are you doing?
What am I doing? Well, that's a good thing you ask, because I'm using one of my fucking cantrip cards.
Okay.
Baby!
Can I, before Desi does anything, I'm gonna summon a bunch of Fae. He'd be like, Desi, quick! Give them your bombs!
I need to give them all of my bombs. All of them.
Bombing run, go!
Oh my god! Oh.
Oh my god. What would even be flying in Fey that sits with this, like, summon ability?
Oh god. That's a good
It could
question.
be any creature with the Fey trait.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at every creature that has the Fey trait right now. I just need to make sure that there's something that actually can carry these that serves this purpose that works within what you can summon.
Oh, would you like some help?
What, I mean, sure, but what?
Do you need like a griffin or something?
We've determined your illusionary creature does not have the capacity to function as a physical.
It's fine.
I mean, if you want, you
I'm
can make
still
them look
summoning
like
it anyway.
You can make them look like a griffin.
I was gonna summon this thing anyways as well.
I'm gonna roll for my cantrip card. I'm casting Ray of Frost that has 120 feet.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we all have those, don't we?
Yep.
Wait, oh god, you all have the cantrip cards. Wait, is that the
We
one
also
that
have
has
a
120 feet?
120 feet.
We also have our Final Fantasy summons, if you guys don't remember.
Yeah.
Well, you can choose one thing in this immediate reaction.
I
I mean,
Alright,
I'm doing the thing I chose because it's way more a Newt reaction.
So, here's the thing. If you summon creatures and have Desi give them bombs, that gives, like, 2 actions worth of distance that this creature can get on you before they go out flying. So, it is your call if that's what you want to be due to the priority.
Hold on. Do I know what type of creature this is?
No.
What would that be? A cult or
this-
nature? Probably
I mean,
cult.
I'm gonna go ahead and hazard a guess that this particular thing hasn't existed in a
Okay.
capacity that you would ever know.
But I mean, like,
It doesn't have a name that you would be able to define.
it's
it
flying
by.
slow though, right? And the
No,
pixies
it's
are way
it's
fast.
it's very quick. If you have, that's why I'm trying to find the Fae that you could summon to catch up with it.
Fine, I can do the boring thing.
No,
The
you can
20
still do it afterwards. It's just like, what is your priority? Do you want to make sure the pixies can close the gap faster? Or do you want to fire an attack and then summon the things and send it after with the bombs? That's all I'm asking. What's your priority? You can do both. It's just going to be harder for your summons to catch up. If you
Oh
do-
no, I'm doing the summons first,
Okay.
and the summons are going, and I'll do the Ray of Frost after. If
All right.
that's fine. I thought you were saying that I couldn't.
No. You have to do the Ray of Frost now, otherwise the distance is too great. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no! I don't care about the Ray of Frost.
Okay, so it's
that
just
that required way too much thinking, and Newt has forgot about the cantrip deck completely.
All right, so Desi, it's unless Dixie, you're taking Desi's cue, then
I'm doing what?
well,
It is
Dixie,
funny-
didn't you get the cantrip deck as well?
Yeah.
The-
I gave everybody.
Yeah. Everybody has one.
All right, so do you see Desi whip out the cantrip deck and cast Ray of Frost and follow suit, or are you going to stick to Illusionary Creature?
I already cast Illusory Creature.
All right, fair enough. Then it's just Desi casting Ray of Frost, unless Snooty, you want to join in
Yeah.
on Frost action.
I would like to move out of the way regardless. I'm like, oh, like bring me over to like over here somewhere, out of the way, you know.
All right. So then it's just Desi's Ray of Frost, which
I rolled a 22 to hit.
all right.
Does that hit?
You rolled a 22.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That hits.
Bonk. It's gonna do 5 cold damage.
Does it have any other effects, or is it just like a little cold blat?
Just a little cold bleh. Just a little get the
Alright.
fuck out of here.
Well, I
Gonna
mean,
give you
this
the cold shoulder.
thing is fairly injured, so every little bit matters at this stage. So now, I guess it's really going to come down to you summon a couple of pixies. I'll say that you can probably get a trio of pixies. What bombs do you quickly hand them, Newt? Or, Desi? For Newt's pixies.
Oh boy, that's a good question. I'm gonna give them the Blight Bomb Moderate and the Acid Flask Moderate.
Alright. So, that's 2 out of the 3. Unless you're gonna give 2 of 1 to each.
I'm gonna give, yeah, I've got 4 of those total. And then I'll get some Alchemist Fire Moderates. We'll give 3 of those.
They're
and then,
only gonna have the strength to carry 1 of these bombs.
Oh, they only get 1?
Yeah, these little pixies are tiny. Like, they're
Oh,
gonna
right,
be
right,
straining to
right,
even carry one of these.
Right. I'm gonna give the Acid Flask Moderate then. Fuck that thing.
Alright, so all 3 of them?
Yeah.
Alright, so you have 3 Acid Flask Moderates then.
Uh-huh. Well, now I
Okay.
have 0.
Alright, they're gonna take them and attempt to go airborne with that effort. And meanwhile, your illusionary creature, what do you summon, Dixie?
I wanted to summon a griffin.
Alright. And
I was... Oh, go ahead.
that has a 500-foot range, so that'll definitely be able to be summoned right next to the thing as it's trying to get away.
Mhm.
Alright. So what were you going to say elsewise?
I have, like, some control over the illusory creature, right?
Yep.
Okay, I want it to attempt to, like, tackle and bring it to the ground to at least impede its movement.
Alright. That is fair. So you're going to try to use it to slow it down so that it can at least optimally stop it into the ground, but at least slow it down. Alright. It generates the appropriate blah blah blah. If you blah blah, the images can't speak, but blah blah blah. Okay. Let me take the spell info here and figure out what I need from you. I want a performance roll from you, please, to see how well you expand into this illusion. Alright, do you wish to keep that, or do you want to go and bullshit it?
I'll keep it.
Alright, I will roll in defense for this creature. Ooh, alright. Now, I'll let you in on a little secret about this this entity that's trying to get away, because now is the definite time to make use of it. Goblin bullshit, go.
You slut!
What? You whore!
There we go.
That's not allowed!
You absolute cum guzzler! I can't believe this.
I
can't
did say at the
believe
start of
you've
the
done this.
campaign that any goblin can make use of the goblin bullshit pool.
You flim flam jangler.
Alright. So it sees through the illusion of the creature, and I need stats for the pixies to see what their speed is. Did you... I think I can look up the bestiary. I'm pretty sure they'd be able to catch up normally, but they're carrying weight, which means I'll need a roll from chat on that front. So Pixie is sitting here. They travel at 45. They have a 45 of flight. Chat, can I get an exclamation mark D20 to see how well they're doing their thing? That is a 4. I'm afraid the pixies are not goblins.
No. But really, Silver, if we
You let
look
us
deep
reroll
inside
for
of
their
ourselves, as we look
Oh,
deep
God, don't
inside
say it.
ourselves, and we're trying to be real honest with ourselves, aren't we all just a little goblin inside? Who here isn't a little bit of a goblin? Mayhaps even a bit of a gremlin? Truly, who among us can say otherwise?
Among Us!
As Dixie's rapidly summoned illusionary creature is dispelled as an illusion before it, the creature dealing with it currently ignores and shrugs off the monstrosity that is attempting to impede its progress. And due to the added weight, unfortunately, the small fey creatures, while doing their absolute best to charge forwards, cannot bridge the gap to catch up with this thing as it flies off into the distance, skirting blood, spattering blood across the treetops, and drifting off into the sky, screeching all the way. I think now.
But hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, hold.
Wait,
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You only rolled once for the pixies. So yeah, sure, it's gonna get a little bit of a lead, but they could catch up. They're still gonna follow him.
They don't have a 60-foot fly speed.
Yeah, but he's wounded. You said he's bleeding all over the treetops.
Yeah. He's leaking all his juice.
All right, fair is fair. One more roll from chat to see if the pixies have any hope of closing. That's an 8. Sorry, I'm afraid.
Oh.
All
right.
roll in chat.
Goblins, come on! We're tracking this thing down. Follow me.
We can
I'm gonna
address.
follow
I'm
the
not
blood
gonna
trail.
jump off of a 30-foot wall to follow you.
We're following the blood trail.
All right, that is a priority you can definitely address next session, because for now,
No!
as your quarry escapes into the air, and we're already 14 minutes over session, I think now is a perfect time
Wait, is that
to call an
actually?
end to tonight's session.
Oh shit.
It was an impressive attempt. Perhaps if the town guard hadn't fumbled like fucking idiots, or there had been different rolls on that end. I think that you might have definitely managed to bring this thing out of the sky, but limping into the air and away as fast as it can go, the creature makes itself airborne and sees itself out into the forest and beyond. So you guys can decide if the priority of next session is to wrangle all these confused goblins, or to hunt down this creature, or split that between the two of you. It is injured, and definitely something that might need to be dealt with sooner than later, but...
Can I have chat to roll 1d20?
Okay, for what?
I'll tell you after they roll a d20.
Alright, chat, exclamation mark D20, please. It's a 17.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that thing knows that it's a bitch. That's what it is.
I did manage to get a fuck you in there as I was leaving.
Oh,
It's
nice.
true. You
It's never gonna
broadcasted
recover from that
message.
shit. It's
Yeah.
never gonna recover from that shit.
The emotional
Yeah.
damage was crippling. It feels... It has very hurt feelings.
Ah, nice.
That was actually the final boss, but they'll never come back because you said "fuck you" one time, and I think they're a little intimidated now. Kind of
Good.
sad.
Good.
I don't know how to end this campaign anymore.
I was curious if you guys were gonna pop the balloon early or not.
Pop the
I
balloon.
mean, legitimately pop the balloon?
That... I don't want to spoil anything. But,
Hey, it's a balloon
oh,
and they all
trust me.
float.
They all float down here.
Well, Snooty, I'm sorry your husband exploded into a goblin lady who flew off into the sky and nearly got murdered.
It just proves that Snooty's only attracted to women.
It does
I
at this
wasn't.
point. Yeah.
Wait,
Listen.
is Oleg a woman inside too?
Oh no! Snooty, just think of it this way. They were like the Kinder Egg of spouses. There was a surprise on the inside.
Amazing.
It's like
That he was hideous.
that was the equivalent of, like, in Goblin society, it was the equivalent of being married to, like, Brad Pitt and then having Brad Pitt explode and erupt like I don't know, Ellen DeGeneres?
I mean, like,
I'm having a really hard time kind of like appreciating this loss.
I'm gonna be honest, blood volcanoes are probably
Yeah.
way cooler to goblins than, like,
Honestly,
therefore
there's probably-
defeating the purpose of this little analogy here.
Honestly, one of those goblins is standing on top of their seat, clapping furiously and screaming and just like,
Bravo!
Oh yeah, no. There's definitely a result that you'll be seeing.
Sorry.
Come next.
You
Next
said come.
Amazing.
oh my god,
Shush.
you said the word.
Be silent.
In
No.
Night City, we can become.
Yes, Snooty.
Huh?
What were you saying? You said
I know I said come, and then
Oh.
it happened.
I thought you said
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you everybody for the goofy ass meme subs during our broadcast. It's very kind of you. A reminder to those of you folks at home, if you would be so kind as to drop a follow and some engagement on each of our wonderful players here, I would really appreciate that. There is also an archive there of some of the previous sessions. I don't believe it's fully updated, but there is a fair number of previous sessions you can watch to catch up on the goblins if you're like, where did this all start? So you can follow that link there. Next week, we'll see how it evolves. There's a lot of questions to be answered and a lot of actions to be taken, so it really is a priority of who's going to address what. I imagine Snooty's priority would probably be within the realm of addressing the goblins, but whether she is of sound mind enough after watching somebody that she's... I guess it really is a question of how much Snooty cares at the end of the day. That her husband exploded, or her fiance, I guess technically, because there wasn't a
No,
ceremony.
technically, in goblin terms, they were married.
Okay.
They just didn't have the ceremony, which would have officiated it to all of the goblins.
Gotcha.
I mean, to be fair,
However, she has now been, knelt down and everything like that, so it's also that. But you were saying, I'm sorry, Jasmine, didn't
Oh,
mean to
you're fine.
interrupt.
I mean, to be fair, don't a lot of people's husbands explode?
Oof.
Amazing.
Oh my fucking god.
Anyway,
is that,
if you wanted
is
to,
that
like,
really the... Yeah.
If you want an actual ceremony, I guess we could still hold it.
I mean, we got most of them.
Yeah.
You know? we could get Samara. Samara will fix it for you. Don't worry about it.
Do we know anyone who does really, really, really good taxidermy in town? They're gonna
Samara.
have to be really good.
Don't worry about it. There was a
Wait,
new
are you
Rocky
talking about
movie.
giving Snooty a fucking chief sex doll?
Why did you have to make it a sex doll? What are you talking about? Just to get married?
This just keeps getting worse the longer I let them talk. Maybe I should just mute the Discord call.
That's evil, freakish.
You would do that to your friends,
And you're muted.
your player. Damn it.
Yeah.
No, you're not muted. But
Oh, okay.
roll for investigation to see if his dog is still intact.
Please
No
don't.
word of a lie,
Forever.
there is an element that I was... There was a bit of a premature...
And 22.
Oh my god.
I mean,
no.
that was pretty premature. I'll tell you that much.
What, with the exploding? Yeah, it happens sometimes.
The
Wedding
only
nights.
scene I'm lamenting in the future now no longer being possible is directly related to the fact that the chief didn't have a dick to begin with.
What?
And we learned this because of my 22 perception check.
Well, nobody checked up, through
What?
the...
Why
What
would-
did you
why would-
expect
why
us
would-
to do?
yeah, what the
Not to
fuck?
run up to him and be like, "Hey, hold on, bro." Oh, it's
Yo,
fucking
hold on, I
down
gotta
there.
check your junk.
What
Goblin
the
junk
fuck?
inspector's here. Could you just bend over? We just gotta check
know
your
what?
junk.
I should have just expected
what we're
that
supposed to
every
do?
husband that I ever have in RP is just going to fucking die in front of me. Because this is now number 2,
That's hype.
It's alright.
and
Ash.
every man that
Yo.
has ever loved any of my characters has died.
Oleg's still there.
Yeah, there's Oleg.
For now.
how
Snooty
long?
doesn't. doesn't even realize it because she's fucking dumb. So the moment that she realizes it, Oleg dies. Like it's just at that point.
I mean, to be fair, there were things I had set in motion regarding the chief since day one that all of this came to pass with.
Listen, we all kind of figured out that Wiggums was talking to someone else, but I just thought he was a pawn in it all.
Yeah. No,
More like a cocoon, but yeah,
Yeah.
tomato, potato.
I'm just very smugly sitting here going, hee hee ha ha. This is why I should have just blown him up, but I didn't want to ruin the fun.
I kept looking at you with like the little thing in my hand.
I know.
could have done it.
I know.
It
No,
would've
no,
killed
no.
a lot of other
I
goblins,
was gonna blow it up on the Palanquin, so it wasn't even an issue.
Ah.
As soon as they were like goblin suicide bombers, I was like, yo, I could do a little funny hee hee ha ha right now.
What if I just
a
set him
little-
off, right?
Yeah. What if I just set it off? Because I heated it, and then I was like,
Cyber, the one that was rolled when I was having rolls was definitely for something either next session or a few sessions in the future. It really depends on how things pan out. But it was relevant to the moment to know if it was something that was come upon, and it was not, so... Shut up! Alright. Effie, do you want to find us a raid target while I do our usual closeouts?
yeah, I guess I can do that. I guess I can. One second. Let me try to find one. Hold on. Let me just hold up the whole process here. Let me just take a look.
Gabo is streaming again.
The Gobbo is streaming again.
Alright, while you hunt down a suitable raid target, let me go down the line. Dixie, how did you enjoy providing stage crew support and then nearly blatting this thing out of the sky?
I want so badly to set off the detonation. I want to press the button. Let me press the button. Please. I beg of you. I want to kill with explosives. I don't know.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
I tried my fucking hardest.
Yeah, no, that's I appreciate that. Now, if you hit that button, then it'll just kill all the goblins who are currently in the audience.
Ooh.
So, you know, food for thought. Meanwhile, Newt, how did you enjoy tonight's session?
I had a blast. Newt didn't get was kind of out of the session most of it, but it it's fine. Newt gets to be in the session a whole lot, but the parts that Newt was in, beautiful. I had fun being a Oonga Boonga Newt.
I appreciate that you got to make such a grand entrance.
Mm-hmm.
It was good shit. Snooty, sorry for the trauma. How did you enjoy the session otherwise?
I always enjoy goblins. It always makes me happy. It's a great way to start my week. Yeah, this was a really good session. I wish I wasn't sick in the middle of it, but I feel a lot better now.
Oh yeah.
I am so glad that I pulled off a performance that I pulled entirely out of my ass. So yeah, this was definitely really fun. And I love you guys. I love that this is our way of hanging out because we get to catch up. We get to play a bunch of dumbass goblins. And we get to enjoy our time together. It's really nice.
Hell yeah. And I appreciate the times we get to spend together doing these adventures as well. And, I mean, technically the horse murder illusion isn't off the table for next session, but I feel like that's probably not going to come to pass on the stage. But who knows? Who knows? Just, keep it in the back pocket in case it becomes a relevant action for when we return next week. For the time being, though, however, Desi, did you have a good stream of goblins?
What? Oh, you mean my Breaking Bad simulator?
Yes.
Oh, good. Yeah, I had a lot of fun actually. Honestly, I feel bad that I talked so much. I feel like I took up the first half of the fucking show.
Did you?
No, it was great.
Did you enjoy "I Am the One Who Knocksing" the Wiggums?
Hell yeah. I fucking love that. That was great. I was just like, I think everybody thought I was just gonna blow up the goblins, and I was like, haha. Not yet, I'm not. I was just like, yes, all my fucking techie arcane bullshit that I have loaded on this character came together very nicely. Cause I was just like, oh, I have prestidigitation, my stupid hat and my fucking shriveled elf hands coming in clutch. But yes, no, and also just being slippery as fuck. Just amazing. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun doing my Breaking Bad thing. I had a lot of fun basically just listening to those two be fucking badasses on stage. I liked boosting up everybody. I loved the fucking on-call what's it? Improvisation, just amazing. I just kind of want to gush a little bit and just be like, these people are very fucking talented. Every day talented. Like, you gotta go Monday through Sunday every day and go follow these people because they talented every day of the week, except maybe Wednesday. Wednesdays are kind of hard.
Oh, God,
but you
I'm
know,
shit on Wednesday.
I know, right? Same. We have a unanimous goblin for the raid, so I'm just gonna throw us at one of our favorite goblins.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But no, I had a lot of fucking fun. I thought it was great. I thought the session was good. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of expected what happened, but it was done so well, it's still just fucking delightful. So I was like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, this is great. I'm happy. This is fantastic. So thank you again. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. I love hanging out on Sundays with you. Thank you, Silver, for hosting and doing stuff. I really do like that too. And guys, did you know that Silver has a Patreon? Also, did you know that he is hireable if for D&D campaigns? You know that as we like to say around here, Silver will do a lot to facilitate anything for $200. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying, you want a good D&D GM, maybe you should crawl into his DMs. Maybe you should give him a little nudge. Maybe you should be like, hello, I want some dice, please. You know, go for it.
All right. Well, with
That's
all
it.
that,
That's all I got.
thank you. I appreciate it. Make sure that you are giving some love to each and every one of these wonderful players here. We are all creators on Twitch and do a lot of really cool stuff. So, I would really appreciate it if you could give your support where you can. And otherwise, thanks everybody for joining for Goblins as per usual. Anything else to cover after you before we hit the raid, or?
No, I just love that you guys are here, and I had a lot of fun. So thank you.
Hell yeah. I mean, War Bandit, I did reach out to Project Melody when she posted looking to do a not safe for work, D&D thing that never ended up panning out, but it is, I'm not saying I wouldn't, what I'm saying is there's not much I wouldn't facilitate for $200. You can take that as far as and as long as you want to run with it. Anyways.
And as hard as you wanted.
Yeah.
Because for $200,
all right.
sorry, Silver.
Kick off our raid.
I'm gonna shut I'm gonna shut my fucking gremlin mouth and just hit the raid button.
All right, let's go
So,
say hi to you.
Yeah, let's go say hi to you.
All right, thanks again, everybody, for joining us. We hope you have a wonderful night. And remember, when there's goblins afoot, don't
wear shoes or they'll bite your
these
feet.
Nuts.
Got him.
Got him. Okay.
Fucking damn it. All right, goodbye.
We love
everybody.
you, Silver. Goodbye.
Say goodbye, goblins.
Goodbye,
Goodbye, goblins.
Goodbye, goblins.